Welcome back to another one-shot here on the channel. We have a great game. I'm so excited to the evening, the Orsak Narrative Universe. The ONU is a text-based, pay-to-play TTRPG community that offers a bunch of different game systems, including their own custom system, which I've played in, and it's super fun. You can choose from 5 different professional GMs. Each of them run different systems that you can sign up for. You completely get rid of the issue of scheduling on the ONU because you can check in through the text games throughout the day whenever you have time, and all of the other players are doing it. Like I said, I've been playing on the ONU for a couple months now, and honestly, it's a lot of fun. I've gotten to play some characters that I never imagined I would have played before. And if you want to check it all out, you can read for everything absolutely for free at the Orsak Narrative Universe. Go to the orsaknarrativeuniverse.com and you can check out the Discord. You can also sign up for a free 2-week trial game if it's your first game on the platform and you are 18 years or older. So thank you to the ONU for sponsorship this evening. Now, on to Lions and Tigers and Kobolds, oh my, also known as Gnome Alone. I am MrKurtwise. I will be your DM for the evening, and we're going to go around and introduce our fantastic crew of players, starting right over to my right with Sin.
Hello, howdy, salutations. My name is Sin. Tonight I will be playing Piper, and you can find me on all my socials as sensationally.me. C-I-N instead of S-E-N. I can spell.
Excellent. Moving right along, we have Hello Operator.
MrKurtwise and the D&D community. Hi, I'm Hello Operator, both here and on the Tiki Talks. Tonight I will be playing Gibble, a heavily chained and muzzled grunk.
We are also joined by one half of the Smoking Barrel Tavern, Porter. Hi, Porter.
Hail, howdy, and well met, Porter from the Smoking Barrel. You can find us on all socials at the Smoking Barrel Tavern. I will be playing a half-elf named David Hoff. David Half-Elf Hoff.
They just keep rolling. Moving along, because we all know how to read, and we're going down that way to Dead Aussie Gamer. Hello.
Hello, g'day guys. My name's Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer, and I am going to be playing the role of Switch, the Fairy Rogue, because, you know, of course everything needs a little bit more color and, you know, to look fantastic and wonderful, you know, while I lift every single thing that isn't nailed down.
Thank you for joining us all the way. It's very early for you, as you've been up all night, so thank you for making it here today, Dag.
Well, as my Alcohol Anonymous patron likes to say, it's 3 o'clock somewhere.
Moving over, we have Nur-D joining us.
Hello, everybody. What's up? It's your boy Nur-D. You can find me everywhere at Nur-D Rocks. Got a whole lot of music out right now, and I will be playing Gwyn, the little dude, gonna rocking around.
And last but certainly not least, just in the order of things, we have Cannetrip. Hi, Cannetrip.
Hi, I'm Annie, aka Cannetrip, on social, CANNE. I am playing Piper's twin, Poppy, a half-elf paladin.
I'm sure you two won't get into any trouble throughout the
No,
game.
not at all. No.
Excellent. Well, we will begin our story in the gnomish kingdom of Fairfield, where our heroic adventurers are taking a well-deserved break from their heroic adventuring. Having previously come together to defeat a demonic cult that was threatening the kingdom, the Gnome King, King Kamalister, offered you a much more relaxed job for your next assignment, watching over his castle while he and his family went on a nice vacation. You see the king, as we are jumping forward in our own time a little bit here in a nice winter Frostmas festival. King, however, accidentally left behind one of his sons. Always bit of a troublemaker in the group, Kevin, who accidentally missed out on the vacation. And your job quickly went from enjoying the castle for the festival to making sure Kevin didn't get into any more trouble. So as we begin our story on a nice, quiet winter evening, snow gently falling outside of the castle, warm fires in all of the hearths, warming all of the rooms. I need to know where you all are on this evening. If any of you are on watch, who's doing what on this quiet winter evening. And we're going to start with, we're going to go in the same order as we did our introductions. So we are going to start with Sin playing Piper.
So Piper is probably sitting on watch. She's a short little halfling. She sits in her full armor, probably mending her and Poppy's clothing, while being on watch and trying to keep an eye on Poppy without making it obvious.
I've already forgotten the order we were in. Hello, operator. What is Gibble up to?
Gibble probably found a place that he didn't think anybody would be watching. Specifically the throne room, sitting on the throne. He's going to look back to the left, to the right, and then pull out one of the cultists' arms from his pack and just start nibbling it.
Saved it as a snack. Porter, what is David Half-Elf Hoff up to on this fine evening?
That is the best name. I'm sorry. Keep
Thank
rocking,
you.
but that's the best name.
I've kept that one in my pocket for a long time, so I'm really happy to bring it out. So David is he's perusing this place, looking for probably the best room that has water-based events, whether that be a restroom or the kitchen or whatnot. And so he's looking around for just whatever has water in it at the moment.
Actually, probably the kitchen would be your best bet.
The kitchen it is.
And next we have Dead Aussie Gamer. What is Switch up to?
So, floating through the corridors, you see this like sort of multicolored fairy with a lot of greens and yellows and pinks kind of over his robes. He is indeed a very, very sneaky individual and prides himself on being so sneaky that he can get away with anything while dressed quite flamboyantly. As he leaves this trail of sparkling glitter that floats behind him, he's going, "Now, if I was a large room filled with money, where would I be?" And he is searching for the vaults, and he's practicing lines of, "Oh, Your Highness, I didn't realize. Oh, my lord, I can't imagine how they got away with so much money." And as he's just saying this by himself, flittering around, checking, portraits and, lifting up things and going, "Aha!" and pulling on busts to see if they like open secret doors.
Amazing. I love it. Next we have Gwyn. Nur-D, what is Gwyn up to?
So Gwyn is also in the kitchen, accompanied as always by his troop of penguins that have spread across the kitchen. They are doing their best to get plates and various accoutrements. They're not quite sure how humans eat food or humanoids eat food, but they're preparing food, mostly fish, as Gwyn has an endless supply of singular fish and putting it on plates for everyone.
Amazing. And then we have Poppy. What does Poppy find herself doing this evening?
Can I just clarify? There's no people in the castle besides us and Kevin.
There are a few like people who other people who work there, chefs and cooks and people that keep up the castle as well. A couple other security guards that are assigned, but it was clear that the king didn't really trust his security that much after the last incident. So you're kind of his. They were all told to kind of follow your orders. You're ostensibly in charge of the castle while the king is gone. So everyone that's there is kind of doing as they normally do and following your orders.
Poppy has extricated a couple of these guards from wherever they were supposed to be and made them a captive audience not far from Piper. So she's telling them the story of how they all defeated the demon cultists with a lot of exaggeration, and she's acting it out as she's doing it. So she to give you a picture, Poppy is dressed in very gaudy red and gold armor, got a glaive on her back and a great sword in her hand, and she's just swinging the great sword through the air as she's like, and then we did this and that and the other thing, like kind of just embellishing the heck out of this for this captive audience.
I love it. Please make a performance check for me to see how well you are captivating your captive audience.
10.
10. There's a good like 4 or 5 guards that are kind of gathered up. You can see they're kind of like, wow, that's impressive. Yeah, kind of nodding back and forth to yourself. It's at the very least for them breaking up the monotony of like strolling down hallways. And Piper, you also like are just kind of watching this wherever you would like to be, as you said you were keeping an eye on Poppy.
Sorry, I was muted before, but I was going to say I'm probably sitting in the back, and if it's okay, I would like to give her advantage by rubbing a stone I have that shines a bright light, kind of like a spotlight on Poppy.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and re-roll.
Now it's a 12.
A few more of them are like, wow, yeah, definitely. Really impressive. Yeah. Like they're asking questions. They're really starting to like get involved in the performance. Let me inauspiciously check. Gotcha. We're going to leave off with you two and go down to the kitchen as David, you are joined by Gwyn and their vast army of penguins who are all preparing food.
Okay, so as this army of penguins arrives, you see David like hunched over a sink, just filling up a big bag of water, and he turns around and goes, "Oh, I swear I'm not stealing this. It's free. It's what I'm no wet bandit of the sort. I'm just using this."
Gwyn will use shape water as this is their main form of communication, and a little glob of water makes an okay symbol as they climb up into the icebox and sit in it.
David will also shape that okay water with his shape water as well and do it just a big thumbs up. And then he'll catch it in his big old bag that he's carrying.
The penguins, however, look suspicious.
Oh, those penguins. They look suspicious.
I'm suspicious. I want to know what you're going to do with all that water. But we're going to have to leave that as a little bit of a mystery as we switch over to Switch. Go ahead, make an investigation roll for me here, Switch. As you're creeping through the castle.
Oh no, not investigation. Not with my 13.
Jeez. Was that your roll or your bonus? I'm sorry.
That was my roll.
Oh, gotcha. Sure enough, Switch, as you're kind of just like moving down the hallway, listening, knocking on things, you hear a wall that you think should be solid, but looks hollow. It sounds hollow as you knock on it.
All right. I try and find where the seams are on the wall.
Okay. Takes you a couple of minutes, but this is something you're fairly used to doing, so you're able to kind of look out, and it based on the seams, you think there's some kind of door or passageway here.
Okay. Is there anything that looks like obviously like a switch or a lever?
Go ahead and make another investigation.
All right. That is a 19.
19. As you are looking at the stonework, just off to the side of where the border is, you see a stone that's a little bit oddly colored. It sticks out from the wall a little bit further than all of the other stones do.
If you don't want to be opened, don't leave doors. Click! And I'm going to try and push it.
It presses into the wall, and the entire border seam indents and shifts inward. Creep your
Don't
head
leave-
around, and there's a small, narrow hallway that leads to a room beyond that's dark and unlit.
Oh no, a tiny narrow corridor, my only weakness. Oh wait, I have no weakness. And I flutter in.
Go ahead. I'm gonna say, since Poppy and Piper were kind of like out in the corridors, go ahead and make a perception check for me to see if you hear the stone rumbling.
I am not a wise person. I have a 7. So, there you go.
Oh, I don't know if I heard you, Piper, or if you were muted, but
I was actually doing math because I'm so low at math. But I just want you to know I rolled a nat 1 already. I'm so sorry.
This is your first
Let's
roll, dude.
go.
Are those my
Listen.
dice?
No, I haven't touched your dice. They're packaged.
This is Sin's
Yeah.
own personal curse.
oh
Oh, I'm
no.
aware. I'm aware.
Freaking nailed it.
No,
Just flip a coin. Just flip a coin.
Piper and Poppy, you are just so engaged in the performance that you don't hear the rumbling of stone. As Switch, you find yourself, sure enough, in the treasure room of King Camalister.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm gonna steal so much stuff. And I'm gonna start loading up my bags.
We're gonna switch back over to the kitchen with Gwyn and David, as the two of you see one of the guards who you've come to know over the time spent here in the castle. His name is Michael. He kind of pops his head into the kitchen on his nightly patrol and just kind of sees you two in there and is like, hey.
It looks like Tarzan's trashing the camp with all the penguins dancing around. Gwyn in the icebox will wave a mitten.
Oh, go for it.
Dave will have so what was seen by was it Gwyn? Is that right? Gwyn? Who Nur-D, what was your character's name again? I'm
Gwyn.
sorry.
Yep, that's me.
Gwyn. Okay, yeah. He's already, so the bag he was filling was his like explorer's pack that he emptied everything out of it and just filled it with water and just put it on his back. And he is not looking suspicious whatsoever with water in his pack, and you can see little dribbles leaking out the back of it, and he's just like whistling. He goes, "Hello, pleasantries to you, guard."
I just finished up one of my patrols. Knocked on the prince's door, but he didn't answer. Didn't know if you wanted me to look into it or just sleep. It's pretty late.
Oh, I suppose I could go look.
I mean,
He's just trying to escape by with all this water he's got. So he David just walks out around the corner basically.
You can see Michael just kind of like watches you walk away, and it's like, and kind of walks the other way on his nightly patrol.
Gwyn will pull himself out of the icebox and start waddling over to where the prince's room is to see if they can help.
I will say, as you two are walking towards the prince's room, you notice a door that you've never noticed before in the castle.
What? Gwyn will be curious and look at it. Is there anything fanciful about it, or is it just a wooden door?
You look in and apparently see Switch, your companion, dancing in piles of gold.
Gwyn will forget about what he was doing earlier and just kind of wander into that room.
Yeah, David's on a mission to just get away from the kitchen, so he's gonna just beeline past and try and go to the room that was spoken of.
The prince's room or the treasure room?
The prince's room.
Gotcha. Yeah. Then David, as you head toward the prince's room, you definitely see Poppy's show probably wrapping up around this point in time, as you hear the telling of how your group slayed the cult leader, saving the king.
David catches that, and he goes, "Ha! Heroics! Beautiful!" And he just keeps walking past.
So much. So, David, you make your way to the prince's room. It's at the end of a long corridor, leaving a dripping wet trail down the carpet as you go. All of the rooms in this wing are very nicely done up for all of the king's 11 children that he has. And like I said, Kevin's is at the very end of this long corridor.
David would like to. I'm assuming he knows where Kevin's bed is, or he's gonna try.
Familiar with the layout of the room.
Okay, so he's gonna. I just didn't know if it was like a 7 doors situation where like the names are on the beds or like whatnot. But like, yeah, he'll make his way down to Kevin's bed and investigate as to where Kevin is.
Sure, yeah. You walk up. Kevin's door is unlocked. You peek your head in the door, and you feel this cold chill hit you. As you open up the door, you see all of the fire, all of the lights in the room have been extinguished. And the windows to the room are wide open. The only light cast in this room is the moonlight coming through the window. You glance around and you see Kevin's bed is empty. And the sheets look like they've been tossed and wrestled. There is a very makeshift rope that is tied to the bed, leading out the window. And you see a small note that has been stapled to the wall.
I go to the note and I try to read it.
Do you read Draconic?
I do not.
Then you cannot read this note. Unfortunately, this isn't a language that
All right. David will fold it and stick it in his shorts waistband and look around the room for any signs of struggle of any kind or anything such as that. No, he'll just call out, "Dear boy, Kevin, dear boy," and that will be all he does.
there is no response to the calling out, but I will say Poppy and Piper would probably hear him calling for Kevin down the hallway.
And that is the tale of heroics of Poppy Pippin and Piper Pippin and Associates. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tip your waiters.
There's a small round of applause from the guards. One of them puts their hands up.
Yes, you.
Uh,
There.
do you want us to go do our jobs now, ma'am?
I want you to think about the tale that you've heard today while you do your jobs.
Poppy,
Right.
you told me they were on break.
You can take a break first, and then think about the heroics you've heard, and then go do your jobs in that order.
All right.
Poppy, did you distract them?
What?
Did you take them from their posts?
Yes,
Poppy,
it was necessary.
Poppy, no.
Poppy, yes.
I'm not even going to do
What's the
this.
problem?
It's fine.
Poppy makes a gesture like, go do the thing that she told you to do, and then like goes to talk one-on-one to Piper.
See, they kind of disperse and spread out amongst the castle.
What? What's wrong?
Is that David calling for Kevin?
Oh, is that what that was? I heard dear boy. That could be anyone.
We're watching one boy, Poppy.
That's right. Yes, it probably is wise to ascertain that it is probably Kevin.
And Piper's just going to start walking towards where David is.
Poppy puts her greatsword away and just marches after.
You two meet David. We are going to go down briefly. Gibble, sitting in your throne, munching delightfully on your old cult member. One of the guards who has come from this makeshift performance kind of peeks their head in. Hey, you're not supposed to be on the king's throne. No one but the king is supposed to be on the king's throne.
Gibble is going to stop chewing. He's eaten most of the arm at this point. At the corner of his mouth, it's just like the wrist and the hand dangling down, and one eye is going to look over at the guard.
I'm sorry, sir, but we were told, even though you're in charge, there's no one supposed to be in the king's throne. Please don't eat me.
The other eye clicks over, and like he's eating spaghetti, the hand will,
Oh.
and he'll slide off of the chair, leaving a trail of frog slime behind him as he just walks by, his long gangly arms with his gauntlets of ogre power just dragging, causing sparks, sound of like nails on a chalkboard behind him as he just strolls past the guard into the hallway.
I have to clean all of that.
Gibble.
I will say, Gibble, you exit the hallway and probably hear Win and Switch dancing and laughing and doing whatever you two would like to be doing in this piles of gold that you.
I'm building a treasure castle.
So just before that, as Gwyn enters for the first time, Switch sees Gwyn, and you watch this moment where their eyes meet. All right, now listen. You're either an accomplice or a witness, and I pull out a crowbar, and I wait for their answer. Yeah. And then we cut to the bit where we're building piles of gold. We're building like sandcastles and stuff.
And then
It's
this
very
scene
fun.
that Gibble hears and walks into, if you like.
Yeah, I think Gibble would look back at the guard, just lick his own eyeball, and then go into the treasure vault.
see the doors just swing shut and he's just frozen.
As Gibble walks in, there's this moment where both of us are like playing in like a gold castle. I pull out the crowbar, and then I go, "Oh, it's Gibble," and then put it back.
Gibble immediately tries to eat like a gold goblet.
I'm gonna throw Giblet a crown that I can if I can find one, like one with like all these kinds of like rubies and gemeralds and stuff like that. I'll just I think this one's got your name on it. Figuratively.
Gibble.
Yes, Gibble.
Holds up his hand.
I place it in the mucus-covered hand.
Bites it. Puts it on his head.
I imagine one of the little. I imagine one of the little prongs is now like dented from the bite.
Looks at himself in the mirror, kind of blushes a little bit.
My liege, and I'm going to like throw gold coins like rose petals over Gibble.
Gibble's
Gwyn will
enjoying
see
this at this point. His
and
tongue
assume
is...
that this is what we're doing, and they're
Nice,
just gonna
yeah.
also throw coins. The
Yay!
will be helping as well.
As Gibble is being showered in gold coins, we're going to cut to probably the opposite vibe going on. As Poppy and Piper have entered the room now to find Porter and to know Kevin.
David, we heard your call for distress.
The
Kevin
boy.
is where? The boy?
The boy is gone.
The boy is gone.
And he pulls
He's
out
gone.
this parchment and unfolds it. Goes, his handwriting is trash.
Poppy takes it. This doesn't even look like a language. Gives
Exactly.
it to Piper.
I can't read either.
Let's go.
This
Have
looks
you
like
checked
something.
under the bed? Sorry.
This
No.
looks like something Gibble would write. We could just ask him.
Poppy drops immediately to the ground and looks under the bed.
Make an investigation check, please.
Yeah. I would love to. It's an 8.
There's no Kevin under the bed. You drop down and just see across to David's feet standing on the other side of the bed from you.
With no Kevin under the bed, Poppy takes this opportunity to start doing push-ups.
I am surrounded by tall idiots.
I'm gonna see that. I'm gonna go, a great idea. And he starts doing. David starts doing push-ups on the opposite end of the bed.
Very wet push-ups as you have a bag full of
You just
water.
hear sloshing the whole time.
Oh God. David, what's in your bag?
Survival gear, obviously.
David, what's in your bag?
I have told you, and I am sticking to it. I didn't steal water or anything.
Water's free.
Wait, what? What? But
Water's a right, like a right to life.
Yes, I stole water. Yes.
Poppy stops doing push-ups and pays attention because she also did not know that water was free.
Could I grapple David to check his bag?
Or if you would like to, please make an athletics check versus either an athletics or an acrobatics check, David.
David's gonna be okay with it, but he's definitely gonna be like in like a super flexing pose, like because he's used to people like coming up to him and just touching his rock hard body.
Are you grabbing his leg? Like, you're little.
I will be his front backpack, okay?
All right, okay. I just want a visual, okay?
I am the front backpack digging to the back backpack.
So David just poses. Piper, you sure enough open up his backpack and find it at this point probably like a quarter full of water and just soaking wet.
You know, like a barrel might be better for this.
What do you mean? And for the first time, David notices that there's less water in his backpack.
You're leaking.
Oh, this is embarrassing. Well, no problem. And he'll see the water on the floor, and he'll try and shape the water that is on the floor and just put it back into his backpack.
It works pretty well. The carpet is no longer wet and soggy as you pour water into your backpack. However, it's sort of like a continuous process wherever you're standing
Sure.
to keep the water dry.
Well, this is gonna be unfortunate.
Okay, you know what? Forget the water. Let's find the boy.
Oh, yes.
Ah, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Piper's gonna walk off to find the others.
We didn't plan this. This just happened.
That's so beautiful. I love it. Okay.
I will say, after a short inspection of the castle grounds, it is easy enough to see the mysterious door that has appeared. Treasure goblins, what is it that you are doing as the rest of your crew is coming to join you?
I'm rolling around on the floor, covered in mucus, seeing how long it takes me to make 100 gold.
Gwyn has
Like 100. I'm sorry. Sorry, go for it.
while this mucus being rolls around, Gwyn has used the create water and shape water feature to make a snowman, and has used various treasures to use for the face and head and hat.
You can see that Switch, his pantaloons are now swollen with coins, held together very loosely by these tiny little elf shoes. And he's basically doing the parachute pants hammer dance with a scepter, just sort of shrugging his shoulders and just trying to collect as much gold as he can, flicking in some like thriller moves, as he's just collecting as much as he can. He's also anointed the scepter with the mucus, so he's kind of using it like one of those like lint roller type things, and he's just picking up all the shiniest things that he can.
Wait, are you rubbing my mucus on you?
No. I've got the mucus
Okay.
on the scepter. That'll
There's
come
a
in. That'll be
constitution
important.
save for that.
Yeah, that'll be important. Keep in mind that'll be important information for later.
So the other three of you essentially walk in and find Gibble, Gwyn, and Switch laying in the treasure.
To be fair, he said, "Make yourselves at home."
What a bounteous amount of riches.
A bounteous amount to be sure, but there is something that is more pressing. We have another adventure, friends. The boy is missing.
Ah, yes, that's right.
The boy. Oh,
We forgot
Wait.
Kevin.
Wow.
What do you mean the boy is missing? It's a castle.
He's not
Well,
in
if
his
you're
room.
if you're thinking he may be under the bed, we checked. Don't worry.
Yes.
You watch as the realization that stealing from a treasury pales into comparison to losing one of the potential heirs to the kingdom. As you watch as there's just this as all the gold falls out of his pants, and you see the demeanor of the very suave Switch immediately change. What? Do you have any idea what's going to happen here? We could get executed for this sort of thing if we don't have. We were responsible. Where were the
Thank
guards?
you.
The guards were attending a spectacular performance of some kind that we don't know about.
Oh my god, this is the horse carriage all over again. I'm going to get executed. My mother's going to disown me.
Switch. Calm down.
Okay, I
Breathe
pull
with
out
me.
I pull out a bag. Okay.
Can you read this? And Piper's gonna hand the note.
Okay. Okay. I think a dragon might, because thieves can't.
Oh my god.
No, but seriously, I don't read Draconic.
Oh, it's
Okay.
draconic?
Oh, I thought he had bad
Oh.
handwriting.
Oh, hold on, wait. I'm going to use an investigate to try and figure out if it is Draconic.
Go ahead and roll.
That's a 17 to know if it's Draconic.
Sure. Yes, after some investigation, there's enough similarities to other scripts that you've looked at to deduce that this is a draconic.
Oh yeah, this is not the first time I've been asked to try and translate this, and just the answer is still no.
So we have a missing boy.
Can
And no
any of
note
you read
reader?
this?
I can't.
Gwyn is going to go up, look at it, tilt this way. Has some of the penguins come over. All of the penguins look at it right, left.
I don't know what I was
Gibble-
expecting. I was
Gibble will
hoping
stand
one of
up.
the penguins did.
Gibble will stand up, reabsorb the mucus back into his body. The coins that are stuck to his skin just kind of tink and fall off. Then just shake his head. Gibble's never spoken. He's not going to read now.
All right. Well, missing child. Note. Anything else you can tell us?
The water's free. The water is free here.
The
Oh
water's
my god.
free. Okay.
Oh.
It's free everywhere.
Thank you. That's
Gibble's,
what I
Okay,
said.
sure
Gibble's
it
going to
is.
reach out for the note.
I'm going to put it on the end of the scepter and hand it to you.
Don't need it.
I would like to sniff the note and make a survival check to see if I can memorize his scent.
Oh,
Mm.
sure. Go ahead and roll.
Let's see what I get my first roll of the game. That is going to be a 23.
Oh, Gibble. Not only are you able to latch on to this scent, but having spent a decent amount of time adventuring in the nearby area, you're pretty sure you've encountered this scent. This smells like kobold.
Why did I pick a character that can't speak?
Gwyn will also smell the paper because that is apparently what we're doing.
All right. So Gibble is going to go ahead and grab a bunch of coins and tuck them in his upper lip so they look like fangs. Point at the paper and go,
We know it's draconic. We just said it was draconic. Like Piper just looks at, or Poppy just looks at Piper for confirmation, and then just like, wait, where did the prince learn how to write draconic?
I mean, he's wealthy.
Ah,
One of the penguins puts up their flipper like this to look like a vampire.
Vampires.
Vampires?
Why would... Wait.
Ah, is he a vampire?
No, because if
Evan is
he
a
was a
vampire?
vampire... No, if he's a vampire, then the prince would have had to have invited him in.
is there like a golden statue of a dragon anywhere around?
Sure. Yes, there is up in one of the like trophy rooms of the king, there is like a small statue of a bronze dragon that he has kept as a
All right.
gift.
Gibble's going to grab the little statue of the dragon and bounce up onto the wall so he's high above everyone's head and with the dragon, and then shake his head no, and then drip down to the floor and go.
The statue took him.
Look, you can keep
Throw
the
the statue
statue.
on the
It's
ground.
fine.
Is
The
it?
Okay.
penguins will start punching the statue, looking like they're interrogating it.
Yeah, David's gonna join the penguins.
Can I do an intelligence check to see if I understand this?
Yes, you may.
Give the
You
boy
know-
back.
The dice giveth and it taketh, and I got a nat 20, but
Hey!
that is a
Um,
19.
Piper, you're able to piece together that Gibble probably means kobolds or some smaller dragon entity.
Do you mean like a baby dragon or like a kobold or like something like that or a baby lizard?
A wizard.
Yes,
No,
no.
a lizard.
Oh, lizard.
Lizard.
Just a
Lizard
single-
wizard.
Kobold?
Just a single tear falls down a Gibble's cheek.
Gwyn will offer Gibble a snow cone as he's crying.
Oh.
I imagine he just
All
kind
right,
of like
listen.
pokes it
I
to
think-
his cheek.
Is it?
All right.
Is it a?
I think we need a game plan. We need a plan to figure out where the prince has gone and how to get him back. And most importantly, none of the guards should know about this because we will be blamed. Good. So we're gonna solve this problem before anyone finds out and takes my treasure from me.
If Gibble can tell what it is based on smelling, can't he just smell where Kevin is?
Yes. Go, sick him, boy. Kevin fell down the well.
How tall is the ceiling?
Also, how does Gibble smell if he has
Uh,
no nose?
In the treasure room, probably 15 feet. It's kind of a caved dome ceiling.
He's gonna just to get away from this, just up to the ceiling, stick to it, and start walking out the room.
He's found
You
it.
Angered Gibble.
Did he? I thought he's on the
I don't-
scent. He's on the trail.
All right. But he looks angry.
Am I on the trail?
Would you like to try to be on the trail?
Yes, I would love to try. I didn't expect to become Old Yeller, but this works.
Yeah.
I mean, you started sniffing the note, so I mean,
Yeah, also go ahead
21.
and- Sir,
This is the
okay.
21?
most upset I've ever been about a 21.
Gibble, there is a clear source of this scent coming from Kevin's room. You're able to follow it and follow the makeshift rope out the window if you would like to. But that's where the scent is leading you, is out the window and down into the streets.
Going down the wall.
all right.
Okay.
Let's follow. I flutter behind, but I always fly like this.
I
How
also
high, how
follow
high
behind
up
Switch.
are we?
I'm sorry?
How high up are we from the ground?
This would be 20 feet up on the second floor.
Okay.
David lets go of the statue. He's just been punching this whole time while watching everybody. He goes, onward! And he starts walking where everyone else is going.
Poppy also goes onward, huzzah, to adventure, and like follows.
Yeah, the rest of... Oh, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, Gwyn will do the same, though they will look at the statue and be like, with their mitten, and then like walk out a little bit looking at it.
I love how we're all like trying to solve a mystery. Gibble's crouching forward on the ground, sniffing, and all I can hear in my head is the Scooby-Doo theme song.
You all, I will say, meet up back outside of the castle as Gibble is trying to sniff out the trail of these kobolds that he has found the scent of. Gibble, you're able to follow the scent out towards the small road that leads up towards the mountain that's outside of the town. Unfortunately, a little ways outside the town, you lose scent of it in the field and the clearing as the wind is kind of coming through and flowing and kind of clearing the air and getting the scent away from it.
All right. I think Gibble's lost the trail. I'm going to investigate, see if there's any clues. All right, gang, split up and search for clues.
Sure. I'll say anyone who wants to investigate or look can go ahead and roll at this time. As you're doing that, you are on a small road that leads up to an old mine that has been long abandoned in the town. It kind of there's a little switchback path and a little rope bridge that crosses a small cavern that people. It's not very well maintained, but people still make the route up and down occasionally. Hunters mainly trying to get game up in the mountains.
23 on my investigate.
Okay.
I got an 18 with my also -1.
Gwyn?
Gwyn, I rolled survival to say if I could find any little kid tracks, I guess. That sounds like something else. I got a 26, as the penguins all have little magnifying glasses made of ice.
Excellent. And David, did you roll?
I rolled a 16 investigation.
Yeah. So, Win and Switch, the both of you come together to find a set of footprints that are leading up the mountain trail. I'll say, Gwen, you notice as you're specifically kind of looking at the tracks here, it seems like there's a group of kobolds. You can see the distinctive draconic feet, but then also a set of boots next to them, keeping stride.
Hey. They will point towards the direction of where the things were going, and will use shape water to show boots and claw marks, all kind of bouncing like this. Wah.
All right. Did the investigation check reveal anything else, or just the tracks?
Just the tracks together there.
Okay. All right. Well, I suppose we should keep following, I guess. How do we normally adventure together? Do we have a marching order? Do we just kind of wing it? Do we unleash the grung? I mean, what's our modus operandi?
I'd say I'd take the back.
Piper probably takes the front since she has a big shield.
I'm a tower.
Gwyn just
Poppy
usually
right behind Piper.
keeps in step with whatever.
Cool. I'll probably fly around sort of scouting, but in a small radius, maybe 15 foot ahead, and then that's about it. Kind of off the ground.
On the ceiling.
Nice. All right. So we will head in that direction, trying to keep following these watery footprints as they make their way onward.
David's going to be... Sorry. David's just going to keep collecting the water, the wet steps water.
Excellent. As you continue to follow the footprints, it leads you continuing up this trail, and you see ahead of you on the path a tall, dark figure wearing a long coat, kind of swaying dangerously from one side to the other and kind of keeping his balance for a moment and then swaying again. And you can kind of see it's like one of those the image that's coming to my mind is like one of those cactus monsters from the Mario games where the parts are kind of shifting back and forth a little asymmetrically. You can see the figure seems to be working on some kind of wooden sign that's on this path. As you can see, there's a dark liquid dripping, and pooling beneath him on the ground.
Is he gonna have us return the slab? Because I feel like that's what I'm getting right now.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe.
Can I stealth up on this dude?
You can certainly try. Yeah, go ahead and roll stealth if you'd like to.
That is the dirtiest of 20s.
You sneak up on this guy, kind of keeping into the air, trying to keep your wings as silent as you can. Best of your knowledge, he doesn't seem to be reacting as you approach.
Okay. I reach into my pack, and I pull out what looks to be almost like a small wand, and I point it in his direction. And as I do so, it's actually a pole of collapsing, and I extend it to 10 foot and go, jab!
Oh no. So, as you go ahead, roll me
Roll to jab.
1d6. Yeah, roll to jab.
Okay. So the D6 is a 1.
Okay.
The roll to jab. Oh no, that's a 9. Oh, do I get advantage because he can't see me? Or I'm concealed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Oh, that's better. That is a 19.
Okay. You feel as your pole extends, it connect with something solid, but that solid mass immediately shifts and moves with the pole that extends. As you can see now, the middle segment of this figure has continued like impaled on the pole and slams against the wooden sign. The top part of the figure immediately starts to like crumble down and is caught in this trench coat as you see the bottom part of the figure breaks off and a single kobold begins rushing away into the forest as two other figures underneath this cloak are kind of thrashing about.
Oh, good.
Can I catch up to one of them and grapple them?
The one that's running or the two that are trapped in the coat?
I'll go with the one that's running.
Yeah, what's your speed?
35 bonus action dash will get me 70, and then I've got I got a reach weapon of 10 feet.
Yeah, you're on him in an instant, Gibble.
I would like to tackle, and I would like to grapple him.
Certainly. Go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Very well. That's going to be a 19.
You got him. Gibble, you launch forward, connecting in like a full shoulder tackle around this kobold as the two of you like do a spin and you land like fully on top of the kobold, him underneath you just
Imagine I've got him in a full Nelson, gently gnawing on the back of his head.
You see he's struggling a little bit and trying to move his head from whatever you're trying to do to him. As the rest of you on the path see, the trench coat eventually emerges a kobold head as he looks around and kind of makes eye contact with your group. And
Don't
Just
run.
freezes.
Don't do it. Oh. Stay. No. I see your eyes. No. Do not make me expend more effort than I have already tonight.
Make an intimidation check, Switch.
I'm a fairy, a brightly colored fairy, with a 10-foot pole. That is bigger than me.
Can I give him advantage by pulling out my enormous sword behind him?
I will say that certainly makes an impression on the kobold.
Yay! Okay, so I got a 13 then from a 2.
Okay. You see the kobold very slowly puts his hands up, but they're still inside the trench coat, so you just see 2 little bulges in the trench coat come up. As the last kobold is still, are you still holding on to the pole?
Yeah.
You have the last kobold just like pinned on the sign behind him. He's not like fully impaled, but just like pinned there uncomfortably, swarming around.
What does the sign say again?
Currently, it says a large red smear as the wet paint has been completely obscured from the kobold.
Perfect.
All right. Well, given that we're not in battle per se, does who has the note still? Does Gibble still have the note?
Gibble
Who's the
realizes
last
the
one?
note is stuck to his shoulder.
All right. We could probably ask them what it says. I mean, if they weren't the ones who wrote it. I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they aren't.
Gibble pulls the note off and just kind of and holds it back over his shoulder to someone who can speak.
Gwyn will take it with a mitten. Puts it in front of the kobold in the trench coat.
Looks at it and then looks back at you and just sort of nods.
Gibble also just starts pointing at the note maniacally.
A penguin with a switchblade peeks from behind Gwyn, and it's like
And you see
David.
he like gently reaches forward and takes the note and looks at it and then looks back up at you and begins speaking in Draconic for a moment, and kind of like you all hear this like long string of Draconic as he's like frantically looking around, and then he goes, "Oh, have you speak Draconic?"
Clearly not.
David's gonna lie and be like, yes.
Why?
What do you need me for? This is just a ransom note.
I knew that.
What does it say?
Do you need me to read the ransom note for you? We really should have thought of this before we just wrote the ransom note in a different language. We should have waited a comment or something. I don't know. We were saying you need to bring all the gold that's in the castle up to the old mine, or else the kid gets it.
Guess what?
But the gold already belongs to the kid. If we brought it to him, he'd still get it one way or another.
Yeah, that's his gold.
No, he doesn't get the gold. He gets the...
Excuse you.
No,
We don't speak Draconic!
Okay.
Well,
So-
we're holding the kid for ransom, and I'm not saying he's gonna die or anything, but like very unpleasant things are gonna happen if we don't get this gold.
Okay. I need you to look at me. You and I, right? We're just little guys. How do you think I'm supposed to carry all that gold?
What you
Gibble
got the
ra-
whole the castle?
Gibble's gonna raise his hand and start making like that cat heaving up a hairball noise. And just spit out like 15 gold stuck together by the mucus just at the kobold's feet.
One of the,
Nur-D?
I thought he was gonna do it like where he was holding the other kobold down. So I was just gonna like have a penguin take it over.
I mean that's some amount of gold. I don't think that's all the gold that's in the. I don't think they're gonna accept that amount of gold in exchange for the kid.
Do you
Gibble
know?
eats the gold again.
Do you know how much gold is in the castle?
Well, I know it's a yacht.
So like 20 gold.
I mean, that would have been more gold than was previously offered.
Gwyn
You
will
know,
pull out a fish and hand it to him.
He's gonna start nibbling on the fish. Go, this is. I thank you for this. I am kind of hungry. It's been a long night. Listen, I don't. Can we go? Are you gonna bring us to gold?
How about you bring us to the boy and show us he's okay?
Whoa. I don't know if I can just go ahead and do that.
Okay, how about this? Piper's gonna pull out a potion and give it to this kobold. If you don't take my deal, you are going to need this in a second.
Damn.
Oh, listen, I can take you part of the way there.
5, 4,
4,
3,
3.
What happens? What happens
2.
when you get down?
I put on a
to
poncho.
one? But what happens? Let's calm down. Oh, we got off on the wrong foot here.
Yes or no?
My name
Yes or no?
is yes, please don't hurt.
Thank you. And I take the potion back.
Gwyn will pat them on the head and give them another fish.
And you let my friends go. Well, I'll show you the way.
They can
I'll,
go, you stay.
I'll shrink the pole arm down.
See the other one. It's been tied to the kobold. Just the kobold, the pole, the kobold on the pole.
He is a kobold now.
Drops to the ground and is just like has a clear circular indent on his torso. The other kobold. Gibble, are you still holding the one kobold nibbling at its head?
Yes, but he's gonna look at the rest of the party and see what he's supposed to do.
Don't eat it. You don't know where it's been. Right.
That has never stopped Gibble before.
That's fair. I didn't expect it to. All right. Well, it seems as though we have a guide. Wonderful. Let's make sure that you don't go anywhere or get any ideas. I'm gonna search them for weapons.
Certainly. Go ahead, make an investigation check.
That is a 10.
10. So you find a couple of simple, cheaply made kobold daggers. Find a couple of homemade like slings and some pouches of rocks that are attached to their hips. You find red paint and some paint brushes, but nothing. They seem to have been more of a covert mission trying to change whatever was on this side.
How did you break into the king's castle with rusty daggers and a handful of rocks?
You see the one kobold who's got the thing in his chest kind of stands up and he goes, "Oh, well, I mean, we didn't break into the..." And then the first kobold smacks him upside the head and he goes, "We're really good at our jobs. It's how we broke into the castle, okay?"
I throw all the weapons into a bush.
I worked really hard on that. Okay. All right, well, listen.
And we're gonna tie them up. Tying the hands together and then making like a little chain gang for them.
The kobolds, kind of just knowing that this fight would not go well for them, all submit to the chain gang, and the lead kind of points up the road. He goes, "Okay, listen. As a sign of good faith, right? This sign originally said danger that way," and he kind of points into the forest, "and we were gonna say danger that way, okay? So I'm being honest and upfront here. These aren't really needed, but..." And as he's like pulling up, the other kobolds are like being yanked up behind him. He's like, "Oh, this way." And he leads you further up these switchback mountain paths until you come across this old rope bridge.
The
And he
entire
kind of-
way, Gibble's still gnawing on the back of his head. In this form, he doesn't have teeth, so it's just like a kobold-shaped jawbreaker.
This kobold is the kobold at the end is just clearly covered in mucus and slobber from Gibble at this point in time, as he is regretting being at the end of this line.
Piper's gonna turn to Poppy really quick. Poppy,
Yes.
if they lie to us, you have my permission to make beef jerky out of these kobolds for Gibble.
Poppy is I looked at Poppy's character sheet again. Not only does she have a glaive on her back, a great sword, she has a javelin, and she has one more that I even forget. I imagine that when the weapons were tossed into the bush, she went over and kind of added them to her belt, so she just has too many weapons, and she just kind of takes a couple and looks at them and goes, "That would be fun, but if it were in this chain form, it would be unsportsmanlike and not worthy of a good story. I'd want to at least let them go so I can have a little fun."
I pull out my crowbar. I have no qualms.
Gwyn will start untying the kobolds.
Not yet, Gwyn.
No.
Only if they lie.
Yes. So, Rickety Bridge, sounds like you guys have trust issues to sort out. I'll see you on the other side.
Wait! The kobold in charge
What?
goes, as you can hear, the other kobolds have kind of been like bickering amongst themselves in Draconic, as he shuts them up. "We're just trapped. I'm gonna tell you right now, before any of you try to cross it, okay? The bridge is trapped. If any of you set it off, not my fault. I was honest. Please don't make beef jerky out of me."
I have an idea. Send the chain link kobolds across.
This is all feeling very bad to me. This is a group of heroes, and our tales and our exploits will paint these lands forever. What is good is a story if it goes, the heroes sent a bunch of very sad little lizards ahead of themselves onto this bridge.
The way I see the story told is the heroes had the lizard creatures disarm their own traps.
I like that story better, rather than sending them into whatever it is they have prepared.
Well, let's see if they're good at disarming traps, I guess, and it will tell the story.
Just
Hmm.
one. Who would like to be the main character of a new and thrilling adventure? Says Poppy to the kobolds.
Gibble is going to hop off of the kobold he's been chewing on and just satisfied that it is now marked with his natural musk and he can find it later if need be.
And it is that kobold whose hand goes up immediately. Like,
A
get
volunteer!
me out of here, please. Anything.
I suppose, Gwyn, you may untie that singular kobold who will now be our bridge hero.
Gwyn will untie this kobold, pat them on the head, and give them a fish.
And kind of gnaws the fish as he goes waddling across the bridge. He gets to the end of the bridge and you see he like turns around to the group and like points down, and you all can squint and just barely see a little tripwire that's going across the bridge. And he takes a little big step over it and he kneels down next to it. And as this kobold is trying to fiddle with some wires, you all hear an audible twing, and he looks up and makes eye contact with all of you.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Can I fly over with him and assist him with disabling the device?
Sure. Would you like to make a separate check, or would you like to give him advantage?
Ooh, I'll... If it's a thieves' tool, I'll roll my own.
Okay, go ahead and roll your own.
Okay. Let's see. So I don't know how D&D Beyond rolls my thing with proficiency twice, so I'm going to roll it this way, and it's 3 higher than what I roll. Okay, so that is 18.
So just as this kobold is about to make a devastating mistake on disabling this trap, you stop his hand and just slowly take his claw away and take out your thieves' tools and very carefully and precisely snip the wire. And you can kind of, as you're looking up, you can see as it follows around a little curve in this ridge that's above the bridge, there is a net that is holding a lot of logs together that is attached to this trap. But you have successfully defeated.
I look at the kobolds, I look at the logs, I look at the kobold, I look at the other kobolds, I look at the logs again. How the hell did you even get them up there? That's fine. Are there any more traps?
But head where we
I pull out my 10-foot pole again.
I mean,
Go on. Rest of the way. Off you go.
or like, you want me to lead, or like tell you everything, or
Well, tell us as we get there. Yes, you know.
okay. Just being clear. Just and he kind of like you and I.
Yeah. Okay.
Please stop him from chewing on me. It's very uncomfortable. I'm so sticky. I hate it.
I look at I look back across the bridge towards Gibble. I look back at him. I look back at Gibble. I nod. I've got you. And the poncho that I pulled out to like stop from the blood spray that that Sin was about to do, I put that on him. So now he's got like a poncho, like a little rain hat, little yellow.
You can see there's just like such a sigh of relief that cross like washes over his body as he waves onto the other kobolds. The kobolds just sort of look
You first.
Okay, come on. As they go waddling across the bridge now and kind of like look down at where the trap was and kind of make an obvious shuffling across it.
Gibble will follow suit.
Piper follows.
David follows.
Onward.
Yeah. We're all
Onward.
going. It's a fun time with friends.
Into the thick of it.
To the... And
Exactly.
as you all follow these kobolds up and finally reach the entrance to the old mine, I think that's a good spot to take our break for the evening. So, friends, thank you so much for joining us. We will be back in 10 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. It's gonna go so fast. It's you're gonna go off and get a drink and then go and get to use the restroom if you need it. Let your dog outside. You're gonna be like, oh geez, it's 10 minutes already? That went so quickly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Lions and tigers and kobolds, oh my. Please, technical producer, take us out. Everyone to Lions and Tigers and Kobolds. Oh my! We're gonna jump right back into the action here as our adventurers have tracked, a group of kobolds to an old abandoned mine outside the town in search of a missing Prince Kevin Camalister. Excuse me. I took a drink of water right before we went live. It's bad timing. Bad timing on mine.
I never touch the stuff. Fish shit in it.
So you all reach the entrance to this abandoned mine. All that's left of the once large mining operation has decayed and rusted over the years. You see an old mine cart and about 2 feet of mine, all that's left, mine tracks, all that's left of it before it devolves into a dirt path leading into the mine itself. There's an overturned wheelbarrow missing 2 of its wheels and a few rusted pickaxes that kind of lean haphazardly against the mine wall as the kobolds kind of lean forward, lead the way towards the mine. They stop in this little area, base camp, and turn to you and go, okay, so there's probably more of our family in there. So just... cool, you're with us, and don't kill anyone, please. Okay?
Okay.
For now.
Counter proposal. You're our hostages. If they attack us, we kill you guys.
I would prefer my plan. But, I mean, you guys are the ones calling the shots here, so, I mean, you're welcome to lead the way if you want to.
Lead the way if you want to.
Gwyn will just start walking in as they said that we should meet their family.
Yes, we shall lead the way. And Poppy like grabs one of the kobold in front and starts like walking forward.
Do we still have the trench coat that the 3 kobolds were in?
Sure.
I would like to pick up one of the kobolds and put him on my shoulder, so we look like 2 kobolds in a trench coat, when we were actually a kobold and a grung in a trench coat.
Ooh.
Sneaky.
Interesting.
Is it dark as we're walking in?
It is, yeah, it's nighttime, and this is not a well-lit passageway, so it's pretty dark.
Never mind, I cannot see in the dark.
That's okay. I've got you. You watch as I reach into my pouch and begin to pull out what looks to be several like herbal roots, and you watch as I snap them in the middle, and then dancing lights. I'm the best rogue.
Gibble starts tripping out, man.
All the penguins. Flipper.
And I
Yeah,
start
David.
singing in dubstep German.
Are we going with the marching order you gave me ahead of time?
I'll stay in the
With
back.
Yeah.
Piper and Poppy in the lead, dragging these kobolds. Well, Gwyn, you said you were heading in first.
Yep.
So we'll have Gwyn and Poppy in the lead here, dragging these kobolds behind you. As you can kind of see, the path goes up a little ways, and you can see it opens up into a larger mine room ahead. There is some light coming from this room. As you see 3 small figures in the shadowy light conversing amongst each other. You see they look up and immediately one of them begins waving their hands, and 3 large demonic looking dogs crawl out of the ground and begin sprinting down the tunnel towards you. All to roll initiative.
Man, I was gonna have Piper and Poppy do their divine sense secret handshake right before this. And then I didn't.
David
21.
got a 12.
Oh shoot. Literally any
20.
D20, please. Oh, that's not good.
Hey, 1 second here. Okay. Anyone roll above 20? I heard someone roll 21.
21.
23.
All right.
A 5.
No.
Yes. This guy is going into jail.
Anyone 15 to 20? Win?
15.
10 to 15?
11.
12.
Hey. And then Piper, or Poppy, those names are messing me up this evening.
It's the point. The Pippin twins.
Pipey and
Okay,
Popper Pippin.
excellent. So switch.
Popper and Pippin.
As your group is walking down this tunnel hallway, 3 demonic dogs barreling towards you, 3 other kobolds in this room. You're the first to act. What would you like to do?
Did I see one of them cast?
You did, yes.
Okay. Let me just check something super quick. Okay. Cool. Whichever one cast, I would like to try to keep the dancing lights moving. Like, you know, they're still like in my hands, sort of, but I want to move, but still have the dancing lights moving in the same pattern and try to stealth using that as a distraction.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll say roll stealth with advantage from the distraction you lead.
Nice. Okay, so that is a 23 on my stealth.
Okay.
All right, and
Yeah.
I'm going to then, so I'm going to use that as my, let me just check if I can do this. Okay, I'm going to use that as my cunning action, which is my
Okay.
bonus action. I'm then going to move a little bit closer. And then flying, kind of like, I'm trying to keep out of range of the dogs, like in terms of height-wise, if I can. If I can't, then that's okay as well. And I'm going to use a sneak attack firebolt
Okay.
on the guy who cast.
Go ahead and roll the attack as Switch, you fly up towards the ceiling of this mine tunnel, further into the shadows, sneaking as far forward as you can. You can't quite get into the room with your movement, but you are well within range of that firebolt. So go ahead and roll that.
That is unfortunately only a 12.
that is going to just hit.
Oh, nice. All right. So that is nice. That is 13 points of fire damage.
Hey.
And an additional 9 points of sneak attack damage as I fire blast him in the kidney.
So Switch, you launch this firebolt. This kobold, after casting, has turned and has started running towards this central hallway that's down the mine. You take aim and fire and strike it directly in the back. It puts both of its hands up and freezes and then falls over, defeating the caster.
Does that make the hounds disappear?
It does, as you see the hounds are like trampling down the hallway, just about to reach Gwyn and Poppy as they just and fade into smoke as they just about to like lunge at you.
Time while I'm taking a nap.
Gibble has his mouth open as one of the dogs is lunging, imagining that he's just going to eat this dog, and he's so upset when it just into embers.
That brings us to Piper.
So how many bodies do we see now?
So there is one dead kobold. You see the two other kobolds are starting to turn and run towards this central hallway in the mine. And the kobolds with your group have not yet moved yet, but there's no other hounds or anything.
Switch, I apologize. Piper is gonna move to the front of the group, and she is gonna pull out a little crystal and just whisper the word consequences. And I'm gonna use 5 charges of my crystal. And I need a constitution saving throw from anyone 30 foot in front of me. 30 feet in front of me.
Okay.
All right.
I'm in the back.
So I would say,
I'm
based
in
on that,
danger.
it probably would affect Switch as well as the kobolds, but none of the other group, as he's the only one who's moved up.
All right, that's a 14 for me.
So you've been blinded for 1 minute.
Okay.
I am so sorry.
As that happens, Switch sort of has this moment where he's shot. He's kind of turned around, freaking Clint Eastwood style, and he's like, "Whew, yeah, that was really cool. I can imagine it now." And he's just imagining himself being cheered at, all the confetti, all the parades and stuff like that. Meanwhile, his eyes are like bloodshot and red, sizzling as he's just blinded. And he's just like, wait a minute. Ah! And like a moth, like trapped in a house, I just start banging against the ceiling.
Oh no.
The kobolds rolled a 15 and a 17.
They beat it.
Damn it!
Oh, no.
That's amazing.
As it is their turn, and you see they both take a double action to run down this hallway, and you see disappear as it begins to slope upwards. Not Switch, I'm sorry, you're blinded. Piper, please make
Thanks
a
for reminding
perception
me.
check for me.
Make a what? I'm sorry.
A perception check, please.
Oh gosh.
How did we take down those cultists again?
Dirty 20.
You see, just as the kobolds begin to like disappear out of your sight, one of them seems to like drop something behind that scatters on the ground. That would take us to Gwyn. If you want to keep on pursuing the kobolds, otherwise we would be out of combat.
Gwyn, I feel like Gwyn is gonna like kind of waddle after the kobolds, not in any like aggressive way, but at this point, no damage has been done. Him anyway to them, so they're just gonna be like.
As Gwyn, okay, waddling
Yeah,
through
just
up
gonna
to the
waddle.
room.
just gonna waddle into the room because we're all friends and we're just having a good time.
That would we'll just keep moving down initiative for now. That's David.
Was anyone injured in this fight at all? Nobody.
Switch is currently blinded.
Damage wise though, or just blinded?
Just
my
blinded.
feelings are hurt.
Oh. Yeah, David is going to so David has this pair of glasses that he wears. And he's gonna throw them on his face.
Nice.
And he's gonna be like, "It looks like danger is before us." And he's got these aviator style glasses. I'm trying to remember what they're freaking called. They're called Eyes of Minute Seeing. And David's just gonna look around the room to see if there's any other dangers within the room.
Okay. Go ahead and make that investigation check.
Okay.
As well, I guess before we do that, Gibble and Poppy, are you pursuing the kobolds or are you stopping?
How far away are the kobolds?
You can't tell for sure. They were already like towards the back of the room from where you are. It'd probably be about a double move action to make it up to that hallway that they went to.
So 60 feet, you would say? Or
Yeah.
like they are within 60 feet or they are not?
They are not. No, they are another 60 feet or so further.
Poppy's probably running after them, I would say. Forward. Onward.
Okay. Gibble?
Gibble is going to jump. That'll get him 70 feet. And whip a javelin at one of them.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the attack.
18 to hit.
Okay, that'll hit.
What's javelin's what, a D6? 8 damage. 8 piercing damage. Oh, I know that book.
Gibble, you pierce the kobold through its abdomen as it stumbles for a few feet and then collapses trying to continue up this grade. Gibble, as you've made it here, you can see it's a pretty steep incline that continues on for a good while. As the other final kobold is trying to scurry up it still. We're going to go back and get David your investigation roll.
Yes. He rolled a 21.
Okay. So you see this hallway, this room, sort of like a central mining room that the other mine shafts split off from. There are 2 other hallways that split off from this central room. However, other than the little kobold camp that was in here, you don't detect any dangers or traps or anything else that's hidden in.
He realizes that he just said it looks like danger is before us. He goes, "Never mind," and he starts walking to the forefront with the rest of the crew who is fighting the kobolds.
Okay. We will stay in initiative order here. That would take us back up to Switch.
Ah! You'll never take me alive. Can I hear any danger, I guess?
You would have probably heard and felt somewhat Gibble leaping past you into the room. Probably would have heard the sounds of a dying kobold far off from you, but nothing in your immediate areas, no.
Okay. I am going to fly at the ceiling over and over again. And I'm going to use my Mage Hand Legerdemain to conjure a large hand, which kind of looks like a very, very dainty kind of elven hand that floats in the air. And it is going to pick up rocks and just start throwing them randomly in just directions.
Love it.
Protect me, magic!
Go ahead and roll an attack, please. It would be an improvised ranged thrown attack.
Oh, ranged? Oh, well, that's 17, 18, 9, so 22.
Go ahead and roll 1d4 plus your strength modifier.
That is 2.
2. Piper, take 2 bludgeoning damage as
Oh,
one of
no.
the
I
stones
deserve it.
beans you right on the head. Feel this small welt begin to build up.
I feel like these cultists from earlier were just kind of like people. There's no way we just stop them from taking over a country.
Piper, it is your turn at that.
Who's watching the other 3 kobolds?
No one. You. We ran
Yeah,
away.
No, we
that's what
all
I
walked
thought.
forward.
You're the responsible one.
I'm not watching anything.
I take the hit and I begin to make a noise, but I hold it in because I'm like, no, I deserve it. And I go and I hold on to the end of the chain for the other 3 kobolds.
Make a perception check, please.
Oh god. 17.
17. So you see the kobolds are still tied together, like hunched over, creeping along one of the walls, trying to go towards one of the other hallways.
Oh. Can I throw my hammer at them?
You can.
The top one, whoever's the front of the line.
Okay, make an attack.
So I don't know what I would add to that.
A thrown attack would be strength modifier plus
Oh, okay,
proficiency.
that's fine. Oh, beautiful. That is a 23 to hit.
That'll definitely hit. Go ahead, roll damage.
D10 or D8?
With what are you using?
A warhammer.
Oh, a warhammer? I'm sorry. I
Did
didn't
you
catch
throw
that.
with 1 or 2 hands?
2.
I think you're gonna have to make that a disadvantage because that's not a thrown weapon.
I know that's
Not
why I
with
was
that
like,
I
attitude.
don't know. There's some German Olympians who would beg to
I
differ.
thought you were talking like a one-handed. No, I'm sorry.
So my second roll is a nat 20, so the 23 stands.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Then a warhammer, I believe, is a D10.
It's a D10 or a D8 depending on martial or versatile.
Oh, if you're using it two-handed thrown, I'm guessing. Go ahead, roll the D10.
Do I add my proficiency to it?
Not to the damage.
Okay. That is 10 damage.
And damage. This warhammer collides with the lead kobold's skull, completely obliterating it.
Wow.
As the other 2 kobolds are just like, it was his idea. We had nothing to do with it.
I didn't
Really?
say you could go yet. Stay.
Sit.
Go ahead, make an intimidation check.
Oh
It's
god.
terrifying.
24.
Oh no. You see both of the kobolds just sit on the ground.
little bit of pee. You know.
I bet one of them's really glad he's got a poncho.
Oh no, did
Still
Poncho
alive.
Guy die or was it the other guy?
No, Poncho Guy was at the end, just
thank
sort
God.
of touting along. No, that was the lead kobold who you've been dealing with most of this time.
Oh.
I'm gonna calmly walk over and just hold the end of the chain from the front.
Not untying the dead kobold. He
No.
is there as a reminder.
Absolutely.
Jesus.
Listen, I'm the oldest sibling. I have to discipline the younger children.
With
You've
war
certainly
hammers to the face.
paid attention on these
That's a-
kobolds so far.
That's a warning you only
Gwyn,
make once.
that brings us back to you, Gwyn.
Oh my goodness. Well, Gwen doesn't notice any of the murder behind him, but he does see that there was a kobold that had died in front. Because they're just casually walking, we'll stop and like give them a fish and pat the dead kobold on the head, I guess. What is in front of Gwen at this point?
So Gwyn, if you're just casually strolling,
Yep.
you would have by this point in time you're about level with Gibble at the like front of the tunnel. Well, Gibble's a little bit ahead of you because you said you had 70 feet of movement there.
Yep, I moved 35 twice.
Cool. So yeah, Gibble's a little bit ahead of you still,
Mhm.
starting to go up the tunnel. But you're at the start of this tunnel, this hill that's going up.
Cool. And there's nobody above, like at the top of the.
So you see, the tunnel leads on for a while, but there is a room that it opens up into ahead. And there is one kobold that is frantically trying to get away from Gibble.
How far away is that from me?
At this point in time, he would have moved another 120 feet.
Oh, dang. So they're really cooking. Okay. Well, then I'll use my full movement action to go 30 feet casually forward. And man, I don't really have a whole lot I need to do. So I will have a little tiny penguin follow Gibble around for guidance.
Okay.
As a tiny penguin with a monocle will step up to where Gibble is and just kind of look at him, or at it, I should say, and it's just like,
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Win.
oh no! I should have casted it on myself. Oh, 10.
10. As you walk, you step down, and there is a piercing pain in your foot. As you reach up, you look down, and you see that the entire tunnel has been covered in caltrops. You take 1 piercing damage and are forced to stop moving.
That was the
Sorry,
saddest
covered
quack.
in what? Covered in-
Caltrops.
What is that? I
Little
don't know
spike.
what that is.
What is
Uh,
that?
They're little
The floor is
spikes.
covered with D4s.
Yeah, little Legos.
Oh.
Little
Essentially.
spiky, yeah.
Just
Terrible.
Legos left on the ground.
Okay.
Gwyn, anything else you'd like to do with this turn?
Other than Gwen is gonna hold their foot. That's it.
Then that brings us to David, having completed your inspection of this room.
Did I see Piper take that damage from the spinning around fairy?
As you're specifically like looking around the room, I'll say
Uh-huh.
probably.
Okay. So I'll walk over to Piper and I will cast healing words, and I'll go up to Piper and say, "You're doing all right. Just know that." And I will heal you for 1d4 damage. Or, yeah, 1d4 healing.
Thank you. I'm trying my best.
So that's four HP back to you.
Thank you.
You are doing your best, and that's all that matters. And then he just like abruptly just like turns and walks away like nothing happened.
Anything else here, David?
That's it.
Then that takes us to Gibble.
How far ahead of me is this other kobold?
He is now like 110 feet.
Perfect. I'm going to leap 70 and throw my other javelin. But I've tried to do non-lethal damage.
Okay.
Aiming for a leg.
Point of clarification, when you say you leap 70, are you leaping 70 feet in one bound?
I'm leaping 35 and then leaping 35.
Okay. As you land for that first leap, please make a dexterity saving.
Ooh. Is this a trap?
Uh,
Because I get advantage on those.
I would consider caltrops a trap. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, does it really matter? I get a 16's the highest.
16 passes.
Whew.
So you're able to quickly move out of the way, kind of land
I have
as
tiny feet.
Yeah, tiny feet. You're able to kind of pick where you land and leap again, avoiding the caltrops, landing this time past where they are. Go ahead and roll the attack.
Rolling to hit. I got a natural 1.
Oh, this time, unfortunately, the javelin sails into the room. Roll damage on it.
Oh no. 7?
7. Somewhere far off into the room, you hear. But it misses your intended target as he's
Oh god, I didn't hit
cantering
Kevin,
up.
did I?
You killed.
You killed Kenny.
Oh no, Kevin!
You bastard.
What are we gonna do?
That was
Alright.
my last javelin. I'm just gonna point at Poppy. Poppy still has javelins.
It's time for 3 kobolds in a trench coat to pretend to be the prince.
Takes us to Poppy.
So for a lay of the land, I see two of my friends caught, or one of my friends caught in the caltrops. The other has jumped over them. And can I see the kobold running away or no?
From this perspective and just the angle of the slope, probably not.
Okay. I have a question about guiding bolt. I assume
Yes.
you have to, I mean, it does say a creature of your choice within range. It doesn't say you have to be able to see them, but I feel like it makes sense that you'd have to be able to see them.
I'm gonna say rules is written here because there are spells that specifically say one creature you can see within sight. So I will let you cast it.
Okay.
Ooh.
And if I move forward 30, my movement, like, can I move forward enough that it like puts me within 120 feet of this kobold while not being in the trap? Just since I saw my friend get caught in the trap ahead of me.
That would, yeah, because you'd be around where Gibble was at the start of his last turn. So yeah, you'd be able to be within that range.
Then Poppy will move forward to just before the trap and fire off a guiding bolt that looks very similar to the spotlight that Piper shone on her earlier at that kobold.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack.
Okay. Hang on. Where's... it is a 14.
That will hit.
Okay. And then I'll just use this for that. So that's 4d6 damage, and that is 18 radiant damage.
You see this spotlight shine through this tunnel and connect with this kobold. The kobold is reduced to ash and the amount of radiant damage. There's nothing left besides a little imprint in the wall of where this kobold used to be standing.
Poppy goes, traps are unsportsmanlike.
That takes us back to Switch.
All right. In this moment, I hear the sound of something in the distance going, ah, as Gibble threw that with no context whatsoever. As I launch a firebolt in that direction.
Are you still back? Okay, go ahead and roll an attack, please.
Presumably with disadvantage because I am blind.
Yes.
Okay. That is unfortunately an 8.
That will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh. Do I get sneak attack?
Let's kill
not
this
against
kid.
this
Don't
target.
kill Kevin.
Very well. All right, that's
Kevin
10 points
is
of fire
dead to
damage.
us.
10 points. So you all see Switch like lock on to the sound, fire the firebolt, but from his angle connects with the top of the tunnel, breaking one of the supports and severely destabilizing the entrance to this tunnel. It is now difficult terrain. No, you've made it far enough into the tunnel, so no one's standing in it, but it is now considered difficult terrain at the beginning of the tunnel here. Anything else you'd like to do, Switch?
Freak out, man! I'm like, I don't know what. I am moving throughout this whole thing. I just don't know where.
Okay. Fair enough. Let us roll some dice then and figure out where you are, Switch. So you all see Switch has somehow, following the noise, managed to make it towards the cavern entrance. As Poppy, you kind of look back and see he's just not able to get into the tunnel itself. He's just like, he keeps missing it slightly.
Switch! Down
Yeah.
here!
I hit the floor. Grandma Switch always said, never sleep with a concussion.
With that Switch, that'll take us to Piper's turn.
How scared do these kobolds look?
The one that is no, you cannot see any kobolds because the one that was left in the tunnel was reduced to ash.
Oh, no, the
By
ones on the
Poppy.
chain.
Oh, they are terrified of you. You just completely like shattered in the skull of their leader. They are just
Who is
sitting
still tied
attentively. Yeah.
That's a warning. I do feel slightly bad though, so I'm gonna touch the middle one's face and go shh, shh, shh. And I'm gonna take both of their hands and pull out a different stone, and I'm gonna squeeze their hands with it and use my stone of cleansing to clean them off.
You see, the one is just like kind of weirded out. The other one in the poncho is looks like so relieved and thankful. He's just, oh my god, thank you so much. You cannot believe how much that was bothering me.
Yeah, no, Gibble's a little sticky. And you know, if you run, I will bash your heads in, but you are okay and you are safe. And I'm gonna start walking and pull the chain with me to catch up with everyone.
Okay, here we go. And you see they just sort of follow along behind you now. As that brings us to the kobold's turn. Gibble, you being the furthest up ahead, see there's two kobolds who carrying potato-sized burlap sacks, drag them towards the front of this incline and dump out. And you see thousands of tiny little ball bearings go scattering and bouncing down the hallway. I need it'll be everyone that is in this cavern here. So that is Gibble, Poppy, Gwyn. David, did you enter the hallway on your last turn? No, you were checking up on Pipe.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Gibble, Poppy, and Gwyn, please make dexterity saving throws for me.
Ooh, nat 20
Man,
with the
I am
advantage.
not doing well. That's a 7.
I got a 5 again.
So Gwyn and Poppy, as the ball bearings bounce down towards the bottom of this slope, both of you unfortunately lose your balance and fall prone. Gibble, however, as soon as you see the ball bearings, you jump up and stick to the ceiling, waiting for this wave to pass you and then land. Unfortunately, Gibble, as you land, you see a third kobold who is heaving a giant boulder that looks like it is shaped to match the circumference of this tunnel into place. And he just, like, before he disappears, he just makes eye contact with you and smiles. And then heaves this boulder into this hallway that starts to roll and pick up speed.
Before his head ducks back, I'd like to flip him off.
You see this boulder rolling at you. I need all three of you to make dexterity saving throws. Again, please. The two of you prone at disadvantage.
No.
Ah, boulder.
It's a 3.
16.
Oh, that's a 22 at disadvantage. Holy fuck.
Okay.
Nobody touch any doorknobs. We know what's gonna happen.
I'm waiting for it.
I got Poppy in knowing she was gonna end up like one of the wet bandits.
So Poppy, you take 10 bludgeoning damage.
Yeesh.
Gibble and Gwyn take 5. As you're able to press yourselves up against this wall and avoid most of the damage as this boulder goes rolling down. David and Piper, as you're about to make your way into this tunnel, you just see this massive boulder go rolling past you. Jump out of the way for a second and look down, and as you look back up, you can see Poppy just flattened on the ground ahead of you.
Ow.
Hey guys, what's happening?
Gibble.
Shit, right?
Well, Gibble's okay.
Yeah.
Do we pass Switch at any point?
I
You're sort
don't
of
know who
like-
you're asking.
As you are right now, Switch is sort of like trying to get into this tunnel above you.
It's like a moth in the dark.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Switch, do you want to use your stick and one of us can grab it?
I will extend the stick in a random direction. So it goes from being like a regular sized pole to suddenly 10 foot long.
Can I try and grab it before I get hit with it?
Sure. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Oh god. I'm not good at those. 14.
I'll say good enough since Switch isn't really aiming very much. He's just sort of waving it around.
I'm
Okay.
gonna grab it and give it to one of the kobolds. This is your responsibility.
The middle one takes it and just nods very seriously at you.
I whisper to one of the kobolds, thinking that it's Piper. The kobolds took my eyes. They took my eyes, Pepper. I won't see my grandkids, Pepper.
Oh
my goodness.
As the event of the rolling sphere kind of took some time to get down, that is going to knock us out of initiative, and I will say enough time has passed that Switch regains his eyesight.
I can see.
I can fight.
The kobolds are trying to steal my pole.
Oh, I was using them to guide you.
Oh, okay.
Was it Poppy that got smashed?
Ow.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to Poppy and I'm gonna just lean down and touch Poppy's arm and be like, "Nice biceps!" And I'm gonna do healing words on Poppy.
Aw.
Is anyone else hurt?
Yeah, Gibble.
Yeah, you two took 5 damage. Gwyn and Gibble.
Okay.
I will go up to Gwyn and Gibble a little bit more hesitantly, and I will lay on hands both of them each for 5.
You will see a patch of Gibble's skin as the mucus sucks into it, so you can touch a dry patch.
You see Piper just like hesitantly like does a finger.
Poppy, you get 12 HP back.
Gibble will
Wow.
lick his eyeballs and nod at you.
Gwyn
Mm-hmm.
claps their little mittens. We'll hand you a fish.
I hand it to the last kobold on the chain.
Gibble will
Kobold,
grab it with his tongue and eat it.
Make a strength.
Gladly.
I asked the barbarian.
I actually rolled a 7, so on the
Ooh.
die. So let me see what that plus is. That's gonna be an 11, so probably not that great.
I rolled a 17 minus 2 for 15.
Ooh.
As you wrap your tongue around this fish with the kobold, locks eyes with you just as a deadly glare and is like,
My fish.
bites off its head.
I'm gonna wait till he yanks real hard on it and let go.
So as he goes to like bite the head of it, he let go and he punches himself in the snout. Ah! Looks up at you, shakes his head slightly, and then takes the bite of the fish.
Gibble's just gonna walk away with the most sour grapes expression ever.
Sticks his tongue out at you. So as you all carefully make your way up this hallway into this next room, you see there are several large boulders that lie in different places around the room. You presume to be used as ammo for this trap. You also see a overly sized, like a 15-foot tall wooden door with a large brass knocker handle on it. And then at about 3 feet in height, a very, very small note that's been attached to the door.
What does the note say? Making full use of his eyesight.
Go ahead, make a if you're trying to read it from a distance, make a perception.
16.
16. You see it is written in Draconic for sure, but you are not able to tell exactly what it says as it is written.
All right, I'll tell the others. All right, wait here. There's another draconic thing up ahead. Now, to the kobolds. Didn't we have 3 of you? Yeah. Anyway, I start to try and transcribe and write it onto the ground, like just scratching the symbols that I can see, and ask them to tell me what it says.
They kind of look over at Piper and go, "Should we go look?"
Yeah, let's go look. And Piper's gonna walk up with them.
Right. Is anyone else walking up to the door, or is anyone staying back?
Oh, I'm getting them to read the transcribed note that I wrote on the ground. So I'm writing it away from the door.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, so that way they don't have to approach the door.
They look down.
Rogan, yo.
They look down at it and kind of look over at each other, and they sort of roll their eyes. And they say, it says, made you look.
No!
Gerald! As he turns over his shoulder and yells, Gerald, you see one of the boulders, like, opens its eyes and looks around and begins to stand up, extending arms and legs. Oh, yeah, he goes, they already know about kind of us. They have us in a pickle here, so no sense, no sense trying to fool them. Okay. He kind of lays back down and goes to sleep. So normally, if you hadn't have had us trapped, Gerald there would have blocked the doorway and made you go look at the door, and then a trap door opens up and you fall into the next room. But I could just open up the trap door and we can lower ourselves down if you really want me to. Ruin all of our fun if you want to.
Why did the rock talk?
That's Gerald.
He said his name was Gerald.
I understand his name is Gerald, but I've never seen a talking rock before.
That is pretty interesting.
Gwen is gonna walk over and try to hand it a fish.
You see, it takes the fish and sniffs it and doesn't know what to do, and then like sets it on the ground and pats it very nicely, like you've given it a trophy or a souvenir of some kind.
Does this creature have a head that Gwen can pat? Because he will.
You can kind of assume from where the eyes opened up where the top of this creature would be. You see it kind of blinks its eyes slowly.
All right, well, onwards and downwards, I guess.
Downwards. And as she walks, Poppy goes like this to the boulder.
So the kobolds kind of go up, and you see they have to jump a little bit, and eventually one of them gets on the other one's shoulders and pulls the knocker down that opens up this large trapdoor in front of the fake wooden door. Inside, you see it falls down about 15 feet to the next room.
I shoved the kobolds down.
Oh.
Oh, nope, I shoved someone else down.
We lost somebody.
I shoved Nerd. Oh no.
Oh no, sorry. I just jumped off for reason.
Okay.
Now we look funny.
Okay, we're back in the right
half a
positions, I
person.
think.
Sorry, everybody.
It's okay.
Gwen needed a break.
Amazing.
Gwen's been through a lot today.
Yeah,
I am holding the kobolds if you push them, though.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
no.
need Piper to make a strength check.
Oh, God.
Oh, is it going to be like this? It's going to be like this, is it? All right, fine. I am going to use my fairy magics. And you watch as Piper, you watch as his muscles starts to boom, boom, swell up as he gets ready, and I'm going to use enlarge on myself.
Yeah.
Yes. Get them gains, and I'm going to push with. Look, this isn't that impressive, by the way.
David's loving it. David's like, yeah,
Thank
gains.
I will let him push me with the kobolds.
18.
I got a 22, but I'll let you push me.
Thank you.
I'll
Makes me
ride on
feel
the
good.
dead kobold.
So there's this moment, Piper, where you see Switch like really jazzing himself up, growing in size. He runs forward and shoves you, and you feel it. And then there's this moment where you're like, "Oh no!" and kind of lean back into the pit.
Oh yeah,
Can I-
Can I
do
do
an
kobold as a
insight check?
sled?
I'm sorry.
You want to use the dead kobold as a sled?
I don't want my armor to get like ruined.
Well, so
Mom gave
you
it to
will
me.
Land on top of the kobold, so I'll let you take half damage. You take 3 damage from the fall. However, your kobold guides are not so lucky, as they land in very awkward positions, each taking a staggering 6 points of damage and passing away.
Oh no! Oh,
Are they doing
can I
death
roll?
saves or dead?
We
Uh,
just kill those guys?
Yeah.
I will roll. Oh no! I rolled Constitution checks to see if I would give them death saves, since they're monsters, and they each rolled 2s, so they
No.
are gone.
Can I roll insight to see if Poppy clocked that Piper let herself fall, or did my friend just shove my twin into a hole, and am I gonna be angry? Is that-
Go ahead, roll for it.
It's a 14.
I'll say you kind of caught a little like look from Piper before she fell backwards into the hole.
Okay, then Poppy lets go of her sword.
Meanwhile, Switch is just like so impressed with himself. He is like just preening. At this size, he actually looks like an elf with just more color.
David loves what he is seeing. He's like, yeah.
I didn't realize my mic was still muted. Gibble's gonna crawl down into the hole next to Piper, and the what I imagine looks like Chef Boyardee SpaghettiOs of Kobold. Look at the kobolds, look at Piper, look at the kobolds, and go, Gibble? Which we've been traveling around long enough, you would know that this is Gibble asking, are you going to eat that?
Piper gets up and just puts her hand out for Gibble to go.
Gibble goes.
Switch is going to be one of the last ones to come down, but as he does, you know, like his big wings carrying him down, he's like, so where'd the kobolds go? Did they get away?
Kibble burps.
You killed them.
Oh, I think I'd remember killing someone.
Your shove was just so strong, Switch.
It's
Wow.
true.
Yeah.
I look
You
at my
should-
hands. I didn't realize I could obliterate people with a touch. This new power is mighty indeed. I must have touched a magic item in the treasury. Don't worry. I'll be a merciful god.
I believe in you, Switch.
Gibble bows.
Oh!
Quinn
And you
will
shall be the
also
f-
bow.
This is like almost like a repeat of like the treasury room. We're just like, whoa. This is amazing.
So, assuming you all make your way into this room, you find yourselves looking up. You see the trapdoors open from above, letting a little bit of light into an otherwise dark room. There is a sealed metal door on one wall, and next to it on the right are 3 identical levers. Otherwise, the room is bare stone and kobold remains.
All right. I would like to investigate the levers, please.
Anything you're trying to find out about them?
I'm trying to kind of figure out where they lead to and what they would instigate. Like, are they a sequence of things, or is there a lever for an individual thing?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an investigation.
27.
7. It's a hard thing to tell, but you're an experienced thief, and you're able to
Sorry.
see
Rogue, not thief. Just
rogue. I apologize. But you're experienced in what you do, so you're able to kind of like peek in and kind of use some of your light to see behind and in the cracks of the stonework, and you're fairly sure that they each 3 control something different, but you're not able to trace where that goes in the room.
okay. So I will tell that to everyone. So you said that. Okay. So in the room, in addition to the levers, is there any other exits to this area?
Just the singular metal door.
Cool. Oh, sorry. Did you?
I think after him telling us that, I would probably put my sunglasses, my aviators back on and just investigate the room again to see if there's any trapdoors or other secret hidden things.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. So David, as you inspect the room, you notice that the wall that the levers are on and the wall across from it appear to have odd seams running across all 4 of the corners.
It seems that there are seams.
Interesting. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's a very intricate and detailed puzzle here that needs to be resolved. I'm going to walk over to the metal door, and I'm going to pull out my bag of dust of corrosion and melt 10 foot of the metal wall and turn it to dust.
Oh. Maniacal
Well, there
laughter.
you go. Well, there you go.
I think you solved his puzzle.
Kurt, do you regret inviting us? It's okay if you do.
I gig it!
Yep. That'll melt that metal door. As it just you see it slowly begin to age and corrode and start to break and chip and fall apart. As it just becomes easy enough for you to put a hand through. You see on the other side, attached to what used to being attached to the top of this metal door, are 2 prods. That there is an electric charge between, having been the danger of electrocuting anyone who tried to touch the door.
Come on.
Neat.
Assuming that everyone's going through, Poppy will hesitate at the back of the pack and then veer toward the levers as if to pull one anyway.
Piper,
Let's go.
Piper, who knows Poppy, is going to also stay back and just put her hand on top of Poppy's when it reaches the lever.
While they're distracted, Gibble's gonna pull a lever.
Gwyn wants to pull a lever. Everyone's pulling levers. Gwyn's gonna try to race to pull the lever before Gibble pulls the lever.
I'm going to fly a little faster to make sure I'm away from that door. Just...
There are 3 levers. So I will say,
Yay!
Poppy reached first. So
Poppy didn't pull it though. Like Poppy stopped when Piper stopped her because that's what we do.
Gotcha. So 1, 2, or 3.
1.
1. Then it was Gibble. Gibble, 2 or 3?
I'm gonna roll for it. Ooh, 3.
3. And then Gwyn, you get the second lever. So Piper's hand stops Poppy's on the first lever. Gibble, you wrench down on the third lever, and across the room you hear a loud 10, 9, 8. As the second lever wrenched by Gwyn, there are vents that have opened up on the floor, and a gas is beginning to spew into the room. 7, 6,
I cast
5.
a spell.
Oh.
Gibble's
Oh,
gonna
I'm
go
gonna take
over and
cover.
Gibble's gonna go over and sniff the gas.
Popper's grabbing Popper. What is my name? Poppy's grabbing Piper and
Popper.
running into the corroded door.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Gust of Wind on the whatever's seeping through the floor.
Okay.
It'll push it 15 feet away. No, 60. Sorry, 60 feet wide. Holy crap! Hold on.
Gust of Wind is there's a lot you can do with that spell.
Holy smokes! Yeah. So I'm just gonna cast that on the whatever's seeping through the floor.
Okay. So I'll say, Gibble, make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm
for
immune
me.
to poison.
Okay. So Gibble, it smells like home to you before this gust of wind blows everything away and kind of clears some of the space. The countdown, however, continues. 5, 4, 3,
Through the door
2,
with Piper.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through that.
1.
Joke's on you, giant voice. I can't count.
You're just saying numbers.
At the end of the countdown, there is a loud ch-chung as you see there is a small metal latch in the wall that has been remained uncorroded that swings down limply and just sort of hangs there, not attached to the lock of the door anymore.
It happens to 1 in 10 traps. It's okay.
We're
It's
just
cold.
gonna try and
It's
pull
cold.
their lever like 2 more times.
The
Waiting for something
vents in the
to
floor
happen.
just like as there's just like little poofs of this gas that are popping into the room.
Gibble's just vibing in it.
Poppy to Piper. Should we get them?
They're grown adults and they can make the choices that they want to make.
That's fair.
At the very front of the pack, as soon as you say that, you hear this.
Excellent. So those of you in the hallway, you enter into this hallway and immediately you notice, like, instead of carved mine walls, these are nice worked stone walls. To a modest extent, but still, this is no longer a mine. This has been clearly worked into someone or something's home. The hallway extends forward a short distance and then leads off in 2 directions, to the left or to the right.
I want to check for the more traveled path.
Sure. Go ahead, make an investigation for me.
Okay.
And just as a back throw, with the smell of the note that Gibble gave, is that the same smell as the kobolds we had, or was it a different smell of a different kobold?
It is like this family or this group of kobolds, kind of their shared smell.
Okay.
18 investigation.
18. It seems like, judging the floor, it's pretty dusty, so it's not very difficult to tell that there was some recent travel to the right path of the hall.
Someone went that way. That way.
Poppy doesn't hesitate to march that way.
Gibble's
we'll go that
going
way.
to run up and I want to do a survival check to sniff. As I forgot I had guidance. My little guidance penguin wafts the note next to my face to refresh the scent for me.
Beautiful.
Monocle penguins.
16 plus 21.
Sorry, you're rolling for what again?
Survival.
Oh, for the scent.
Yes.
Yeah, sure enough, it backs up what David is saying, and there is a strong scent coming from the right.
He's just gonna give him a respectful nod and lick his eyeball. My own eyeball, not yours.
Are you talking about David?
Yes.
I appreciate that, yeah.
Also, about this time, I'll shrink back down to being regular fairy-sized.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm also going to search for traps as we proceed forward.
As we're also proceeding, I'm gonna touch Poppy's shoulder. I'm really proud of you this adventure. And I'm gonna cast
Aw.
Bless.
Aw.
So I'm gonna give it to Poppy, David, and Gwyn.
Aw. Thank you. I don't know what I did yet that was noteworthy, but I will try to be worthy of this.
You didn't pull the lever.
Gwyn is going to clap their hands and walk over to you and give you a fish.
I'm hesitantly going to bite it and pretend to enjoy it just for Gwyn.
Head
David.
pet.
Yeah, you gotta do the head pet. Trademark.
At the front, you hear Switch go, "You know he has no refrigeration, right? Those have been in his pack for weeks."
They're in my hat. You never see where they come from or how many are in there.
Yep.
I almost took the same magic item.
Incredible.
I did take a magic item for this.
Amazing.
You sent me that message asking if you could use that as your magic item, and there was not a doubt in my mind.
Here you go.
So as you all continue forward, Switch, you looking for traps, don't seem to find any for a long while as you walk down this hallway. Until you notice there is on the ceiling as you're flying along an arcane glyph that is written in.
All right, we have magic over here. Yep, there's an arcane glyph. What it does is a mystery. But what's in the immediate vicinity around the glyph?
So you can see it's been a long, very symmetrical hallway for a while here. But you can see ahead, it seems like it opens up into a larger space that disappears into the darkness. This being about 10 feet from that opening.
Okay. Okay, I think this is one of those we have to find out type traps. Unless someone can remove magic from glyphs.
Poppy
Is it like-
slowly taking out her sword.
Slowly taking out a fish.
Slowly shaping water out of his backpack.
Piper
Slowly,
is
his
shaking her
tongue
head.
sliding out of his mouth.
Slowly face palming.
Piper is just
All right.
If no one stops her, Poppy's gonna
Piper
like make
slowly
the hit.
shaking their head.
Wait, no. All right. First of all, we don't know what this does. We don't know what. We don't know what this does. It could be an
If I
explosion.
stabbed
Could.
it, we would know what it did.
Well, okay. Well, it's less likely to injure me than it is to injure you guys.
Question: is the glyph painted or carved or What exactly?
It appears to be very crudely painted in like red paint onto the stone.
I'm just gonna wash it off then. With my shape water. If that's okay.
DM's
Oh.
Googling furiously.
I'm just trying to see what'll happen first.
And
Yep. So, you all watch as David scrubs this glyph off of the ceiling, and there is the faint red magic glow that was emanating from the glyph just sort of fades. So the spell specifically has, you can set things that do not trigger the glyph, and the kobolds painting it would have set not to be triggered by washing it off. So amazing. Amazing.
all right.
Well.
Walking along.
Water always
plans.
the answer.
So you enter into this large cavern space that opens up. You see across from you, it looks like a small stone keep underground. There are rounded towers that go from the base of the cavern all the way to the ceiling that you can see small arrow slits put into. There's barricades that are lined at the front of these towers to stop anyone from trying to climb from the cavern below. Across, spanning the gap from you to this stone keep, is a singular wooden bridge, auspiciously broken in a few places towards the front here, but seemingly anchored well enough to support your weight.
Poppy, since we lost our guides,
You want me to do it? I will do it.
I was gonna say we should do our handshake.
Oh, yes, that too. Poppy will gear up for their secret handshake,
So,
which goes like this.
yeah, I was like, I don't know if we can do this through camera. And we're gonna use our divine sense.
We're both doing it, despite that not being efficient.
Okay.
Can we double the distance if we're doing it together?
By our powers combined.
I am Captain Planet. You summon an element, Gollum.
It's morphin' time.
It is. Oh, get ready, everybody. It's a different game.
Listen, it's
I'm down.
twin powers.
That was
So
our
yeah,
game
we
on
can. I
Thursday.
can allow you to double your range for that. That's fine.
Wonder Twin Powers, activate.
So anything affected by the Hallow spell or any celestial fiend or undead within 120 feet that is not behind total cover.
What were those? Undead or
Celestial and fiend.
celestial fiend, and anything affected by the hollowed spell?
The Hallow spell, which I have never seen, but it's in there.
You do not sense any creatures that match that.
I don't sense anything, do you?
No,
All right.
we're safe.
Gibble is...
I
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know I figured the both of you walked around with no sense, so yes, it checks out.
No, we
Gibble-
actually have quite a bit of gold.
How long is this bridge?
Annie, that was great.
His dad is proud.
That would be approximately 140 feet.
Gibble is going to reach into his backpack and pull out 50 feet of hempen rope and just hold out two hands.
I'll pick up the rope and I'll fly across.
He grabs the rope and holds out his other hand.
Yep, I'll keep kind of flying up ahead, just kind of like as far as the rope will extend without like yanking them.
Do you want 2 ropes? Says Poppy, also holding up her own 50 feet.
He's like holding on to one side of the bridge, trying to hold him back. Gibble.
So, I mean, Poppy will offer the rope to wherever it can be tied to.
That'll get us 100 feet. Gibble's like frantically holding out his other hand.
Piper also pulls out her 50 feet of rope.
You have no idea what Gibble's saying, but you can imagine it's a string of grung obscenities. Gibble, 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 as he ties the third rope to it.
I'll tie my rope to the end as well and go even further.
So we have 150 feet of rope across the 140-foot bridge now, at the very least.
Okay.
200 feet.
Oh, we did 4
certainly
ropes.
have enough rope to cross the bridge.
We have the
what
rope,
is-
people. I know you've been
Gibble's-
wanting to know in the chat. The
Gibble's
rope
wondering why,
is
with an 8
here.
intelligence, he's the one that can do math.
What is your goal with the rope? Switch as you've taken it and tried to float across to the other side.
All right, I'll try and see if there's somewhere to secure the rope on this side.
He's
Yeah,
going
you
to
can
use-
see there's like a fairly large rock formation that's sticking out of the ground that you're able to secure it onto this side.
Gibble's going to use his climbing kit and tack down a pin and secure the rope on their side.
I will use the piton that I have and do the same thing on the other side. We've been dungeon delving before. Take that
So
bridge.
Switch, as you are hammering the piton into the stone on the far side of the wall.
Oh, does it look
see-
like does it look Gerald sized?
Roughly Gerald size, but it doesn't make any noises.
Okay.
as you
Having
hammer.
seen one, I will check before I start stabbing it.
As you hammer in, you do hear from above you in the keep some sounds as you see 2 kobold heads peek out, and in Draconic you hear shouts going up through the keep. One of them leans back over and is going to miss an attack with its short bow as the arrow lands, bouncing off of the rocks and falling into the cavern next to you.
Oi! You wouldn't hit the rocks if you fell off the rampart! And I give him the middle finger, and I keep banging the piton in.
And at that, we are going to roll initiative.
Let's go.
We are also going to switch over to a roll 20.
Oh, God.
Woo! Oh my god, a map.
Does it still have our graffiti on it? Okay, it got cleared off.
No, yeah, we cleared that off. So yes,
Ooh.
Switch, you are all the way over there, and then the
All the
other
way.
5 of you feel free to align yourselves as ever you see fit on this side.
Okay.
That's the rope.
Excellent. As you see. Like it.
Sin, would we be back here? Like, would we still be on the solid part?
Yeah.
Okay. So initiatives, please. Anyone roll above a 20? All right. What did you?
Oh no, I did. Sorry.
Oh,
21.
okay. 21.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
25.
Whoa.
I took alertness.
I have a 15. Sorry, I know I don't know if we're
No, you're fine.
category.
Oh, twins.
Oh, you got 15 too?
No,
Hey, and then-
I was talking to Porter.
Oh.
Yay!
I got a nat 1.
Ooh.
Wait,
Again,
did
I
you get a
just got
3
the-
or a 15? I'm sorry, I was writing stuff down.
I got a nat 1 for a total of 3.
Okay, and then David, did you also get a 3?
I got a 3. I rolled a 2 and
Oh no.
let's go.
Okay. So, as we begin the fight, switch. As the archer has missed its attack, you are the first go. Oh, you're muted.
Can't hear you, my friend.
Sorry, my bad. So is the pittance secured where I've put it?
I'll say, yeah, you had enough time to secure the pit before the kobolds had been alerted.
All right. I will fly up and sort of make it so that if they want to shoot me, they've got to aim not at the bridge or in that general direction. How many kobolds are on the rampart?
From your position, you can see just one of them now, kind of through a little archer slit that's been built into the walls of the.
Okay. As I see that, I am going to let's see. Just checking my inventory real quick. I am going to I'm going to grab my bag of ball bearings and I'm going to toss it into the arrow slit.
Okay.
The idea is he can try to shoot arrows while standing on ball bearings if he would like. And then as my cunning action, I would like to dodge. Oh, actually, no, I can't dodge. I have to need to get. Okay, so move. No, I'll still do it. That's fine. I won't dodge. Yep, I will just stand just so that I am a target away from the group.
Okay. Yeah, and you said upward so that they have to shoot away from the bridge.
Correct.
Cool. Noted. Excellent. So that brings us down to Gwyn. You are up next.
All right. How far away are they total?
Approximately 140 feet.
Oosh. That's super far. Okay. Well, then I guess I'll start walking across the rope to get to them. Do I have to
Okay.
make like a particular like athletics or acrobatics or?
No. The rope bridge is secure enough so that you're able to go across it just fine. So you're able to move at your full speed across the bridge.
Cool. Yeah, I will go 30 feet as that's as far as I can get, and 30 feet puts me at a disadvantage to do this next part. So I will cast Magic Snowball as like 4 snowballs are there, and I will try to chuck one of them as an action with my sling.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the attack at the kobold.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Switch, you did see as you dumped the ball bearings, the kobold was able to maintain its balance. So it is still in this arrow slit, trying to aim at Switch, who is fluttering around the ceiling.
So yeah, that was 9 to hit them with a snowball.
9. Unfortunately, that's going to miss as you see it splatters next to the arrow slit, sending a little bit of snow into his face as the kobold snaps and sees that you've advanced down the bridge a little bit.
Yeah. That's everything for me.
Sweet. That brings us to Gibble.
All right, I am going to action and movement action. So double move. You said it's 200 feet, so that'll give me about halfway.
Yes, 70 feet. So Gwen is at the 30-foot mark. So 7, right there would be 70 foot.
Perfect. And I'm going to bonus action rage as Gibble's tongue lashes out and chitinous place around his tongue forms a barbed spike at the end.
Excellent. Anything else you're doing here, Gibble?
That's a move, an action, and a
Or
bonus.
just yep, you were correct. That brings us to the kobold's turn. As you see, that's
I just want to say that visual for the rage was freaking cool. That
Thank
was
you.
really cool.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's creepy looking.
Path of the Beast. I'm supposed to grow a tail. I figured it could be his tongue.
Dude, it's so cool.
I like it. So the rest of you see kobold archers appearing in the various arrow slits along as they all take up their arrows and begin trying to arch them down. A couple of them are going to aim at Switch here. One of those is going to miss. One of those is going to be a natural 20 Switch.
Oof.
For
What a shame that I'm going to use silvery bobs on your face.
oh, okay. That reduces or makes me reroll?
Reroll.
Reroll. That is a that becomes a 14 to hit Switch.
Oh, that still just hits.
But that'll negate the critical, so you only take 4 points of piercing damage. As
All right,
one of
I'll
the
take
arrows
that.
just manages to clip your wing as you are trying to flutter. The other arrow aimed at you is going to miss, however. 2 of the archers are... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, and the other end of silvery bob. As I get shot, I you know, like the arrow is almost like heading straight for my head, and then I kind of fly upwards, and it hits me just as I kind of catch the bullet. And I'll look down and I'll say, "What's that? You said that the Grung couldn't lick his own toes if he tried. Wow, that's really insulting. I wouldn't be taking that from no stinking kobold." And I'm going to give advantage on the next attack to my Grung friend with silvery bobs.
Gibble begins foaming at the mouth.
Gibble, you have 2 of these archers here that are taking aim at you as well. That is going to be a 14 and a 17.
14 is a miss. 17, I'm going to burn my reaction. Because I have my tail. I can add a +1 d8 to my tongue. Oh, that's a d10. Boop. My AC for the second attack is a 19.
Hey, so
As
just
the first
as
one whips by, the second one he slaps the arrow out of the air.
and then lastly, the last 2 archers are going to take aim at Gwyn. They are going to get disadvantage from the range that they're at. First one is a 17. Second one is a natural one.
Those one hits, one misses.
Okay. That is 4 points of piercing damage to you as well, as one of the kobold's arc shots manages to skim past your shoulder and lodge itself in the rope bridge behind you. That is it for the archer's turn. That takes us to Poppy.
Poppy is going to... Yeah, Poppy's going to rush forward 30 feet. So I'm right here next to Gwyn, and then she's going to pick the archer that looks the most annoying, and she's going to do another guiding bolt.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know, which one looks the most annoying, Kurt?
Probably this one is the one that landed the attack on Switch, so probably him.
Okay. It's a 16 to hit.
16. Yeah. That is going to just miss, unfortunately, as the kobolds have cover behind the arrows.
I have bless, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Okay, let me find the D4.
Let's go.
Bless coming in clutch.
So +2, so 18.
That will hit.
Okay, great. Thank you. 20. Okay, here comes the damage. 16 damage of radiant damage as she releases her spotlight again.
So you see this kobold, again, the kobold, as it peeks out and lands the shot on Switch, it takes just a second too long's hesitation out of the arrow slit as Poppy shines your radiant light, and you can see it burns some of the kobold's flesh as it falls down into the castle. It is gone. Anything else you'd like to do here, Poppy?
Yeah, I'd like to use my channel divinity, Peerless Athlete, as my bonus action. So I'm gonna get advantage on strength, athletics, and dexterity acrobatics checks, and then I also can like push stuff and jump, and it's fun. So that's gonna last 10 minutes.
Push and jump.
So, next up, so Switch, you hear the doors of this keep slowly open, and the rest of you see, if I go on to the direct layer, a troop of kobolds march out from the keep. Two just of the beefiest looking kobolds you've ever seen, carrying practically like metal slabs for shields, plop them down at the front of the bridge, glaring over. You see some of the other kobolds from behind them lower spears, making this phalanx of kobolds that have entered the battlefield. Two of the kobolds from the back are going to target Switch, being the closest guy. That is a 15 and a 19 Switch.
Oh, both of them will hit. Can I use... Oh, well, actually, no, it's fine.
That's going to be 6, 7, 8 piercing damage total, as two spears from the back of this phalanx are thrown up, both of them connecting with you, knocking you off balance as you try to right yourself back in the air and get your bearings again. That is it. Oh. As you see, at the very back of the pack, there is a kobold. You see, he's carrying a small cage on his back. He's got all sorts of contraptions down his arm as he carries a long staff next to him. he will take the cage off of his back and hurl it long overhand as it tumbles and smashes on the ground here. You see if I can get a token for this real quick.
What is it? What's in the cage?
What's in the box?
There it is.
What's in the
There it is.
box?
What's in
What's
the
in the
box?
box? They don't have exactly what I'm looking for. I'm putting a rat down here. It's a skunk that lands on the bridge and just emerges and kind of looks and makes eye contact with Grung and hisses, and before it like turns around, lifting its tail, ready to lunge at you, Grung.
Grung hisses back.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is it poison?
Not technically.
It's a smell. A smelly smell. It smells.
Smells smelly.
16.
As the skunk turns and sprays you, Grung, there's this cloud that envelops you, and you just breathe deep and exhale.
Grung arguably smells better.
Possibly. That is it for the skunk's turn as well. That is David and Piper. So the way I handle ties in initiative order is you're technically like acting at the same time, so you can decide who wants to go first and kind of switch or interchange round around if you want to.
I imagine you're faster than me with your longer legs, so you can go first if you want.
They are quite limber. Yeah, so I'll run forward and I'll cast Fog Cloud.
Okay.
Right where the skunk is standing.
Okay. So go ahead, read what Fog Cloud does for
Okay.
me.
You create a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on a point within range. The sphere spreads around corners and its area is heavily obscured. It lasts for the duration until a wind moderate or greater speed of 10 miles per hour disperses it. So it's 20-foot radius. It can I can throw it out at 120 feet maximum in distance, but yeah, so I ran 30 feet and then just cast it on that skunk.
No, just move. 20-foot radius is so much bigger than it seems. Okay. So that is the fog cloud that is enveloping the skunk. David, you've probably made it right up behind Gwyn and Poppy here. Unfortunately, Gibble, you are also completely enveloped in this fog cloud.
Gibble knows what Gibble needs to do.
Anything else on your turn here, David?
That's it.
Okay. Then that would take us to Piper.
I'm going to dash with 50 feet.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm doing some math. Nice. So I can't see into this fog cloud, right?
You cannot, no.
If I do like an Arcana roll or something, can I attempt to cast a spell into the fog cloud as my bonus action?
Sure. What spell?
I would like to do Shield of Faith.
Okay, targeting Gibble.
Yeah.
Okay. I will allow it, and yeah, I will say roll the Arcana check to see if you can. Oh.
Oh,
Dag.
bye-bye,
Hang on a
Switch.
moment.
Sin, you look your height now.
Yeah.
Oh, and welcome back. Sorry for that little technical hiccup, but we are all back and ready to go. We were just leaving off. Piper was trying to cast Shield of Faith into the fog cloud. Go ahead and make me that Arcana check.
So the first one was a 1, but I'm lucky. So I re-rolled, and it's a 19.
Okay. You reach out with the spell, knowing that you connect to some kind of life force with it. And as you go into the fog, there's one, like, you sense this life force first, and you're about to latch your Shield of Faith onto it.
Almost
When
gave it to the skunk.
you switch at the last moment when you feel the familiar presence of Gibble in the fog, casting your Shield of Faith on Gibble.
So it is a little sticker sheet with gold stars that say "I'm proud of you." So a little star
Aw.
appears on Gibble that says "proud of you."
Oh, I love that.
Just right there, like a little sheriff badge.
Yeah, and now you get +2 to AC.
That's amazing.
But Bless does drop for everyone.
It's okay. I'm going to need that extra AC in a second.
Piper, anything else you'd like to do with your turn here?
No, that's all I got.
Okay, then we are back to the top of the initiative with Switch hovering right over top this phalanx of kobolds.
All right. Question: what mechanism opens and closes the gate?
Something on the inside. You're assuming you didn't see any external mechanisms.
All right. I will use my bonus action to dash inside,
Okay.
just over the top of the kobolds.
Okay.
Can I see anything now?
Yeah. As you dash on the inside, now above this lead kobold in the back who's looking up and pointing at you now, you see. Add him to the map. A guy that would probably be around here-ish. Kind of like with an old witch system.
Okay. I would like to approach the bench. So, a lot of old castles and medieval fortresses and the like used to have a mechanism to stop against sieges and the like, and having the winches tampered with. What this would then immediately do is cause the doors to close and seal up until that mechanism is repaired. Does this mechanism seem to have that kind of failsafe that I could trigger?
Let us. So, Dag, I will leave it up to the dice to see if the kobold engineering would have thought to include such a failsafe. I will ask you, high or low?
Oh, always high.
You got it. They certainly did think. And you can see there is a kind of lever that is next to this winch attached to chains that are opening the door that you're pretty sure acts as that failsafe that you're thinking.
I look at the kobold. I look at the winch. I look at the kobold. I look at the winch. Click. So there are some kobolds in the door.
There are. I will say the kobold looks at you and looks at the winch and looks at you and looks at the winch. And as you dive for it, he also dives for it. Go ahead. We're going to make opposed strength checks to see if you can wrestle the lever from this kobold.
Ooh, very nice. All right, here we go. Oh, that's terrible. That's a 6.
That is a 15 for the kobold.
Silver Bobs! And
that is,
would it be possible to use Silvery Bobs? Oh, wait, sorry, go on.
That is a 2 for the kobolds.
Let's go.
So as I'm swooping down, I just whisper, "You suck."
As Switch crashes into this lever, wrenching it shut, you see these 2 kobolds are gonna try to get out of the way. One is gonna succeed, one is gonna fail. Excellent. So, you see one of the kobolds dives back behind the door as it is slamming shut. The other one, unfortunately, is not so lucky as he gets trapped in the door and pinched between them as it's shut. The other kobolds that make up the phalanx, are now forced towards the outside of the key. I will... I'm gonna make a big stone block here to represent the door being shut. Okay. Excellent, Switch. So that'll take us to Gwyn then.
Okay.
Sorry, just super quick. I do have another movement action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to use that movement to, again, fly kind of out of range. And if I can lose line of sight so I can hide, that'd be awesome. If I can't, then I'll just go to somewhere that's like kind of, at least not in the line of sight with everyone.
And don't forget, you've got the advantage from your silvery barbs.
I do have advantage from my silvery bobs.
I will say, so these archer kobolds technically are like on the next level up from here. So you could make it around to the edge of this hallway off to the left here and probably break enough sight line.
We lost him.
Okay.
Again.
It's just going around. We lost Sin this time.
Oh no!
Oh no!
We will be right back.
Back again.
We're back in the middle of this kobold fight.
Right. So I'm gonna move over to where you suggested, just off to the side, and I'm gonna use a stealth check with advantage from my silvery bobs, and I will roll a natural 20 for 29.
Oh, Switch absolutely just fading into the shadows as you dive behind the corner of this key. So then
in my bright colors.
that will then take us to Gwyn.
Okay, yeah. Gwyn is going to... First, there's going to be 3 little penguins with snow cones, and they're going to walk over to... Who am I? Who's close to me? We're going to walk over to David, and then both the twins, because they're... And they get these snow cones. They're emboldening snow cones, and as long as you guys are within 30 feet of each other, you get to add a d4 to an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Once per turn. In Zen, I am going to just move 30 feet up further into the smog, I guess.
Yeah, 30 feet would put you...
Amazing.
Yeah, right up into the smog there.
Yep. And that is action. I don't have a bonus action that I want to do right now. So, the end.
Okay, then that would be Gibble as you look around this completely foggy bridge that you find yourself on now.
Okay. Series of questions. Can I see the skunk? He looked at me and I looked at him. And he looked at me and I looked at him.
So I believe the effect of the spell makes everything in the area heavily obscured, which I believe means in terms of like visuals, you cannot.
So go ahead.
Skunk is very smelly though. And we've established throughout this game that Gibble has a pretty strong sense of smell. So I will allow you to make the perception roll to smell where the skunk is.
All right. Rolling my D.
Television.
20. I got a 12 of the die. Hold on. What's his perception? I took 17.
Good enough. You kind of sniff around and you don't think the skunk has moved since you last saw it.
I'm going to grapple it with my tongue and pull it into my mouth.
Okay. Okay. Make a
Nat 20.
I mean, nope. Your tongue shoots out. You hear a slight as it curls around something, and you bring it into your mouth. And through the fog, you see this rather scared-looking skunk that is flying through the fog into your mouth. Gibble.
All right. I'm going to take my movement and jump 35 feet straight forward. And here's my real question to you. Kurt, I love you so much. I idolize you as a DM. Dragonborns have a bonus action breath attack. Can I animal handling check this skunk to squeeze it and breath attack skunk these kobolds?
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like how that sounds.
I'm just going to go ahead and add that silvery bar of inspiration right now.
Preemptively.
I'm so glad I did because one of these was a 7. So with animal handling, that comes to a 19.
Gibble, you're able to find just the right amount of pressure that you're able to squeeze this skunk and open your mouth and send this noxious fume of skunk spray towards these kobolds. Without dealing any damage to the skunk either.
He's my friend now.
Okay, so one creature does not with that roll. So you see the lead kobold here, the one directly in front of you, begins retching and vomiting off the side of the bridge and like doubling over and is unable to take any actions for 1 minute.
Dang.
Oh, God.
Sick off the side of this bridge.
I love that.
That's my whole turn.
Excellent, Gibble. That'll bring us to the archers, who unfortunately do have a very large target that just landed in front of them, and all of their other targets are obscured behind this foggy cloud. So Gibble's got a lot of arrows coming at him. Oh, okay. 2 of those are definitely going to miss. One of those is a 19 on the die for a 23.
19 is my AC, so.
One of those is a natural 1, and one of that is a 9 plus. That'll be a 13.
One
so
hit.
Only one of those hit. For 6 points of piercing damage.
I shall take it.
As all of these arrows rain down on you, and there's this moment where you just brace for impact and then feel like one of them hit your foot as you look down.
The most badass Gibble has ever looked, and nobody can see it.
That will take us behind the cloud to Poppy.
Okay, so if there's a cloud in front of us, is it such that we can still see above the cloud?
20 feet.
20-foot radius, yes. So the cavern is tall enough that the cloud doesn't fill the whole height of the cavern.
Does there happen to be the equivalent of a chandelier that I could perhaps send a guiding bolt at to crash onto a bunch of lizards?
I will say there are some stalactites that are on the top of the ceiling that might serve the purpose you're looking for.
I will attempt to do that. We'll see if I cast more than one spell this game.
Go ahead, roll an attack at the stalactites. That's going to
Okay.
be a fairly low AC to hit.
Oh, of course, that's when I get my 19, plus whatever my thing is. So that's a 25 to hit these stalactites.
You will hit it. Go ahead and roll damage.
I will hit the stalactites for 11 damage, radiant damage.
11. Okay, so
Oh, can I add my emboldening snow cone?
certainly may.
Right. I would like to do that. Can I add it to the damage, or am I just the?
It's just
the
the attack, the
yeah.
ability check, or a saving throw. So.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I will not add it then.
So we're going to, as the guiding bolt shoots forward, you see it breaks off a large hunk of the stalactite. One of the kobolds is able to kind of press himself against the side of the keep, but the other two are gonna take damage. They are still standing, however, this and this kobold are knocked prone from the impact of the rocks from above, and taken some fairly heavy damage.
Cool. I'm gonna move forward 30 feet with my action or my movement, and then that's my turn because I don't really have any bonus action stuff.
That'll put you towards the edge of this.
That's the twin. That's my twin.
That's
I'll
your
move
twin. That's
myself.
good. Sorry.
You all look alike.
We're like right here. I'm like right next to
Cool.
her.
Then that takes us to the kobolds' turn. So these kobolds are gonna pick themselves up, and are able to still close the distance towards Gibble, running over their sick colleague.
Great.
The other ones also move forward. However, you see Gibble, these first two kobolds don't. These first two kobolds don't make any attacks against you, but they move forward, planting their shields in the ground of the rope bridge, and just sort of act as this mobile wall, as the kobolds behind them huck some spears over top at you. One is a 5, that's going to miss. That is a 19 to hit.
19 hits.
And a 6. So 2 miss and 1 hit again for 7 piercing damage. As you see, they kind of take spears from their backs and are hucking them across. They are almost out of spears that they can throw, though. So that brings us to David and Piper. Oh, wait, no. I have these kobolds in this inside here. They are going to look. You see, this one kind of starts off in your direction, Switch. The other one takes a step in this direction, as the lead kobold is going to try to see if he can fix whatever happened to the machinery. He is able to kind of figure it out, but it's going to take him his turn to do so, as the other two kobolds, following his orders, kind of split up to look for Switch. Switch, you see this kobold kind of sweeping down the hallway looking for you, but you don't think he's seen you. Then we will go, that will be all of them. So David and Piper.
So David's gonna, as a free action, just shout, Switch! Can you hear me? Nothing. Kind of figured.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna respond.
Okay, cool. He goes, hey, I thought it was really cool how you fly. And as he says that, he's gonna wild shape into a giant wasp. And he's gonna actually fly under the bridge and try to be unseen by the kobold as he proceeds forward.
Okay.
Smart. Very
Go
smart.
ahead.
Teachery.
Roll stealth with advantage, since you
Okay.
also have this cloud of fog that's in between you and the kobold. However, I imagine a giant bee does make a lot of noise.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Silent
Nice.
wasp.
David, you transform into this wasp. You sweep underneath the bridge. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Just move 50 feet. I know these tiles are hard to count, so I gotta scroll in a little bit, but hold on.
I'll put you right here.
Right where? Right here, you say?
Yeah. Underneath.
Cool. Under, yes.
Got
We'll pretend we can see that I'm under.
it. Then that takes us to Piper.
Dash the full 50 feet, so I think that brings me right to the edge of the fog.
Okay.
Can I see out past the fog?
I'll
Is
say,
that
yeah, with the
on the
50
edge?
feet, since it should be 40 feet across, and you were right at the edge of the fog, so you should be just past where the fog is.
I tried to speak grung to Gibble, and I'm gonna use healing word and just go like Gibble at Gibble.
Gibble.
And that is 6 healing.
It's more than 0.
For a barbarian, that's like 12.
Oh, I forgot I'm raging. I've been taking half damage from all of this.
So that was, 6 and 7 damage, so you would have taken 3 and 4. So 7 damage total.
Gibble feels like he just got a paper cut at this point.
Anything else here, Piper?
I just have a question for Gibble, just so I know this ahead of time. We've been adventuring before. You would trust Piper to cast spells, right?
Gibble.
Okay, that's all. That's all I needed to know.
I feel like last time she said this, I got blinded.
It's fine.
It does tend to be the move.
Then we are back to Switch inside the keep, hidden from the kobold.
All right, I'm going to try something insane. I'm going to unstealth and stabbity stab this kobold with a sneak attack.
Okay.
Oh, just wait for this. If it works, we'll see.
Go ahead and roll
Okay.
the attack on that guy.
All right, so that's a 16.
That will hit, yes.
Okay. Which brings us 7 points of damage.
Ooh, that is a dead
Let's go.
Perfect. So, as I sneak up around him and stab him, what I want to do is I want to kind of keep him aloft and walk around pretending like he's still alive. And use that as my cunning action to hide.
Okay.
We could at Birdie's this.
Yes. Don't worry, everyone. This corridor looks clear.
Let me
In
put him
common.
back. Go ahead. Make a strength check for me.
That is an 18. Boom, boom.
As the
Gah.
kobold's body goes limp from your attack, you're able to sweep up under and keep it aloft. The feet just like barely gliding against the ground.
Okay. And I'm going to slowly start stealthing to the leader.
Okay.
But that's all I can do this round. So
Okay. Make a stealth check at advantage. He is distracted, so that's probably not going to go well for him.
28.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, you're just kind of holding this kobold gliding just off the ground behind this tinkering kobold who's like trying to fix this machinery. With that, we are back to Gwyn.
Okay, Gwyn is going to use their action and movement to get to the other side of the fog. I only have 30 feet.
Okay.
And then once I'm at the other side of the, I'm going to use Sanctuary on myself.
Okay.
Sanctuary.
There it is.
Sorry.
Yay. That's it. Action, movement, bonus action. But now
Okay.
I'm very harder to hit as the glow of Gwyn's cuteness stops people from wanting to attack them.
Who would want to attack a face like that?
Yeah.
That brings us to Gibble.
Gibble. That'd probably be. I'm gonna take my movement. So we've got just a big wall of phalanx kobolds in front of me. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna jump behind them.
Okay.
Grunts, I can do a standing longer tall jump of 25 or 35 feet. So I'm going to jump
Okay.
behind them, and Skunk's still wrapped in my tongue because I am not letting him go. I'm going to make my 2 attacks.
Okay.
So on the one whose back's right in front of me, is 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, let me find a D8 because these are weird shaped dice. That is going to be, nope, that's a D4. Told you they're weird shaped dice. Oh, 8 plus 5, so 13 points of damage to this guy right here.
With what are you attacking with?
My tongue.
Your tongue. Still holding on. To
Just
the skunk.
it should be piercing damage, but I feel it's bludgeoning since the skunk's still in it.
We'll do piercing. As the rules are. You smack this first kobold who loses his balance and tumbles off this bridge, falling into this cavernous abyss. As you stand over top the, as he kind of cascades over his friend who's been sick off this ledge, just cascades over his back, tumbling into the darkness.
Second attack, but I hit the one right next to him.
Okay.
That is going to be a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
I rolled damage. That is going to be 9 points of damage.
This one, you swing your tail or your tongue around. It slams into its shield, but it forces it back into this wooden barricade that it is impaled against, killing the second kobold as well.
Bonus action breath attack. I don't know how many rounds of ammunition a skunk has.
I was gonna say, let me.
How do you reload a skunk? That's what I want to know.
You take it by its head and go.
Do I have to feed it like a baby bird?
I'm seeing if there is a stat block for a skunk individually. SRD.
You want to do it like a dragon's breath, and we have to roll to like a legendary action?
Yeah, roll a d6, and the skunk will recharge on a roll of a 6.
All right, I rolled, and I got a 5. He did not recharge.
Unfortunately, your skunk has not recharged yet.
Remember, kids, recharge your skunks.
Plug it in at the end of the day.
Any other bonus action, Gibble?
Seeing this, yes, I'm gonna burn another rage and shift my transformation. So his tongue, the plates pull away from it. His hands go up, and from his little froggy fingers, like Wolverine claws kind of sprout out of each fingertips. I'm growing claws instead.
Oh, cool.
Now I can make a bonus action attack. That's it.
Gibble, that takes us to the archers, as the archers temporarily losing sight of Gibble, but do have Gwyn and Piper that are poking their heads through the mist. Gwyn, that is a 6 and a 19 to hit.
They have to make a wisdom saving throw to try and hit me because I'm so cute right now.
That is a 12 and an 8.
They both cannot attack me. I'm too cute. They must attack someone else.
You see both of them raise their arrows and take a look at you, Gwyn. And then both of them together just sort of like lower their arrows and make eye contact with each other and have this moment of like, what are we doing with this?
Gwyn is just a butterfly, and Gwyn is just looking at it, having
like,
no.
They're so happy. Like, we could be that happy.
Yeah.
The other kobolds take aim at Piper. That is a 14, a 13, and a natural 20.
Only the 20 hits.
That is 8 points of damage. As 3 arrows fly in your direction, you're able to deflect 2 of them. However, the third one is able to land into your shoulder, wedging itself there. That is archers. That brings us to Poppy.
I think Poppy's just gonna dash to get to where everybody else is. So I think that's about here. Yep. There it is. Now I'm with my friends. I think just because of how everyone's positioned, I look like I'm still in the fog, though.
You can share space with me. I'm small.
Or do we want to like scooch like that?
I can share space with someone bigger than me, so.
Oh, right on top of you. You're like, I'll put you on my shoulders.
Twin powers.
Twin powers. Where's that trench coat?
Yes, trench coat time.
Any bonus action, Poppy?
I'm out of bonus actions. We're good.
Gotcha. That is the Phalanx turn as they spin around. Their ranks have been broken. They're very confused. This one is gonna take a step back and try to poke at Gibble That's another natural 20.
Actually, Kurt,
Yes.
when he goes to attack, Piper is gonna slam her shield down and use her bonus action, share the burden, and swap places with Gibble.
Whoa.
Nice.
Hey.
Nice.
That's crazy.
What happens to the skunk? Is the skunk now in Piper's mouth?
Oh
Yeah.
god, I hope not. My mouth is
Yes,
not.
it is. Which places mean switch places.
Just fur.
Just the tail. Cheeks puffed out.
Read the effect for me, please.
For mine?
Yes, for your shield.
If an ally you can see within 60 feet is the target of a melee or ranged attack, you can use a reaction to teleport to your ally's space and cause your willing ally to teleport into your space. You then become the target of that attack and reduce any damage as a result of the attack by half.
Okay. I was hoping it said something specific about equipment. However, it does say target ally, and the skunk is another living creature that Gibble had
Who does not consent to this?
grappled. So you switch places, and the skunk is you switch places, and for a moment you just feel fuzz and fur against your face before the skunk falls out of the air and lands on the ground. Confused as all hell for a skunk. And that would have been 9 points of damage reduced to half from the effect to 5.
Perfect.
As we'll swap places there. Amazing. These guys are gonna charge forward, thinking that's what they were supposed to do. Planting their shields in the ground, and then looking over their shoulders and realizing they're alone. But that is their action to do so. That takes us to David and Piper.
David's gonna close the remaining 50 feet. I believe he has 50 feet to get to the end of the bridge. Let me double check that. I could be crazy.
Yep, 50 feet is exactly to the end of the bridge.
All right. So with that, I don't think that brings him. I don't think he has any extra feet to attack necessarily, like to fly over and attack. So I think that'll be the end of his turn there.
I'll say, because you're kind of like right under it, I'll say you can get enough distance to get above the bridge if you wanted to make an attack against the last remaining kobold over here.
Such a great DM. Yeah, I will. I'll attack this guy then, right in front of me.
Go for
And let's see. I gotta see this. Okay, let me roll. Does a 17 hit?
it. Does.
Ooh, baby. Okay. All right. So he needs to make a Constitution saving throw and beat an 11.
He rolled a 7 minus 2 for 5.
Okay, cool. Let's see. So there's that, and then 3d6. My gosh. So he takes 5 piercing damage, and real quickly, these are loud dice. And 14 poison damage.
Oh, gee.
And he is paralyzed unless I've killed him.
So you have this moment where as you flutter over the bridge in your giant bee form, your stinger piercing into the kobold. He's shocked and he looks down, but he's like, "Ha! I'm still alive!" And he looks up at you, and then all of a sudden, just like there's this look of horror that comes across his face as his muscles begin to tense up, and he slides off the tip of your stinger dead.
Let's go. Let's go.
These poor kobolds.
They started it.
That would be Piper.
We're just gonna take 2 big boy swings. We're gonna do 2 attacks. That is a nat 20 and then an 18.
Both of those.
Do you do double or just roll twice?
So the way I do it, I let you choose whichever one you would like to do or prefer to do. Just decide beforehand, so it's fair.
I will roll twice.
Cool.
So for the first attack, it is, I can do math, 15 damage.
With one of those attacks, you send one of the kobolds cascading over the edge into the abyss.
And the second one is a 10.
The second one as well. Clearing the bridge from kobolds, except for this one poor sick guy who has just not been able to pull himself together.
Hey, Kurt, I think you killed the ones in front of me instead of Piper. Is that right?
It's because you're twins.
Oh, I was looking at... Yes.
Listen, the twins are confusing.
We look so alike.
They do.
With one of
Yes,
us being a half
these
elf,
guys
one of us
are
being a
magic.
halfling.
The half elf and the halfling, exactly identical.
One of these guys would have died, and then this guy would have just been killed. Okay, so he is still... No! Undo everything I just did. This one here is still up.
And I'm just gonna give the skunk a look, and that'll be my turn. Like
You see
a
the
stern mom
skunk
look.
turns and runs and slams into the door and before turning and running and starting to clamber and skitter across the bridge.
Amazing.
That would then bring us back to Switch on the inside, pulling a weekend at Bernie's.
All right. So Switch will go to try and assassinate the leader.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll the attack as he has not seen you coming.
Okay. I'm going to use my firebolt. As we get a 22 to hit.
Oh, that will hit.
Oh my. That will be a grand total of 20 points of damage.
Again, with the firebolt to the back of one of the leader kobolds, Switch, you take out this kobold just as he was about to flip the lever and open the door for the rest of the kobolds inside.
Oh, sorry. Are there, besides the one I've just killed and the one over there, are there any other melee kobolds in here?
Not in your direct vicinity. See.
Could I potentially let him finish that opening process before I do this? If I can see
sure.
that's what he's doing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'll let you
yeah.
hold for that.
Yep. I'll do that.
In fact, it would have been his turn with the phalanx. So I will say, and this guy is just searching down this hallway. I will say he is finishing up his work and just flips the switch, opening up this door again as you take him out with the firebolt switch. Those of you on the bridge here see the door to the keep swing back open again.
Cool. I'll fly to here and stealth in there as a cunning action.
Okay. Go ahead, roll stealth for me. See what you get.
22.
I don't know why I bother rolling against rogues for stealth. It always ends the same. So go ahead. That is switch. Anything else on your turn?
No, that's it. Bonus action to stealth, move action to move, and then stabbity stab. Oh, explodey.
Then that takes us to Gwyn.
All right, there's a kobold in front of me, right?
There is, yes.
Is it okay that I have a club? Can that just be a fish that I just pull out of my hand?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna try to hit him with a fish. That is it 18 hit?
It does.
2 damage.
You wallop this kobold with this fish, who is knocked off balance and clearly, like, his head is spinning a little bit from the impact, but he is not dead yet. He has not fallen off.
That's just fine because as I am a swarm keeper ranger, when I hit someone with an attack, I could do one of like a bunch of different things. And today, I'm going to do. You have to make a strength saving throw.
That is a 14 minus 2 for 12.
So a penguin comes up next to him with a rope and just ties it around him and then just falls backwards, flying him 15 feet horizontally. And then the penguin takes him off the edge of the thing.
Did your penguin just suicide pact?
No, because
Okay,
the penguin
okay.
has already made a chain, so he's gonna just go whoop, and fall him over that way.
Fling him
Oh my
off the
God.
side
Yeah.
as the penguin just
Amazing.
now it's kind of like at
Yep.
the end of a bungee rope.
Yeah, just like that.
Amazing.
And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna put back on Sanctuary because it went away after I hit that guy with fish. But now it's back because it's a bonus action. I got spell slots to spare.
Excellent.
So now I'm
So,
cute again, and I'll move another 30 feet.
As Gwyn's penguin hurls the shielded kobold off the side of the rope bridge here, and you can see these archers kind of taking aim again. There is a voice from deep inside the keep, a familiar adolescent gnomish voice that you hear, who's yelling, "Oh, wait, stop! They're my friends, guys! What are you doing? What?" As you see Kevin Camalister is rushing out of the keep. A kobold, one of the kobold inventors beside him, like, did you really follow me here? I can't believe how lame you all are. Oh my gosh.
Does this mean we're out of initiative?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, we are out of initiative as the kobolds are all kind of like looking at Kevin and kind of like standing down. And he's like, it's okay. None of them are going to hurt you anymore. Right, guys?
Gibble was perched right here, getting ready to launch himself in between these archers.
There are a
He just
bunch
kind of
of
looks back and forth,
penguins
see
with
what he should
various
do.
weapons.
What? what are you even doing here anyways? I told them not to leave did one of them leave the note? And you see one of the kobolds just like, it's like, I told you that plan was never gonna work. They were clearly gonna follow us if we left the note there as a ransom. We should have been. And they're kind of fighting. You can see into the room that Kevin came from is like an adolescent boy's dream. There's like tinkering toys everywhere. There's like weird science contraptions that he's been hanging out making with these kobolds. You can see there's like a robot that is half built in one corner that they're trying to get to animate together. It seems like Kevin, whenever possible, snuck off to the mine here to hang out with the kobolds away from his family. Crying eye. Gwyn, yeah.
Is there a piano on the ground which one could jump up and down on and play music?
There is not a piano, however, there is what appears to be a lute on the ground that you can hop from string to string on with some wires that's going around.
Well, that's where Gwyn's going.
Gibble's going to look at the just mass of broken kobold bodies around and back up to Kevin and self-defense.
Did Gibble just speak?
Can
Hold on.
he talk?
Silence, and then you break it with that.
I feel like that is just a really beautiful spot to tie things off. We will end by Kevin explains to you this is kind of where he went to hide out from his family. He tries to break a deal with you of like, hey, like there's this treasure room in my family's house. Like, if you don't tell my parents about this, I'll let you take whatever you want from it. My dad hardly ever checks it. He'll never know about it. You all make your way safely out of the kobold's mine lair, with Kevin reluctantly in tow, heading back to the castle, lining your pockets not only with the payday that you would have received from the king, but with as Switch lived out his dream in the beginning, just as many pockets full of gold and gems and jewels as you possibly can. And that is our game for the evening. Thank you all so much. Oh, that was so much fun.
Oh, this was a great group.
We did
This
it.
is a lot of fun.
This is a lot of
And
fun.
thank you so much, Kurt. This was so much fun.
Yes,
I
thank you,
agree.
Kurt.
Thank you.
It was
Chris.
my pleasure. It
Yes.
was my pleasure. Thank you all for joining us for this evening. If this is your first time here, please drop us a follow. Consider subscribing if you've enjoyed the game here this evening. A very special thank you before we wind things out to our sponsor, the Orsak Narrative Universe. Again, check out orsaknarrativeuniverse.com to sign up for a free 2-week trial as long as it's your first game with them and you're over 18 plus. And of course, we can't end the session or our game without saying thank you to our Wizard of Oz himself, the man behind our curtain, Curtis, our technical producer, also the man you've been interacting with in chat, because I have not been furiously typing back and forth all evening. So thank you very much, Curtis, for being incredible. Thank you all for joining us and lending us your evening to play this game. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope you'll make it back sometime.
Absolutely.
Yay.
So
Yes.
Well, we
Thank
have
you.
plenty more games that are planned for the channel ahead in the future. I don't have the next one ready to announce for you today, but follow me on any other social medias at MrKurtwise, and you'll stay up to date on whatever hijinks I get up to next. I'm going to kick it around to all of you again so that you can tell all these lovely people where you can be found across the internet. But we're going to go the reverse way this time, and we are going to start over on the bottom right with Cannetrip.
I wasn't ready. I'm Annie. You can find me as Cannetrip across all the socials I care about. CANNE. It's a play on words. You get it.
Yes. Hopping over, we have playing Gwyn, not playing Nur-D this evening, playing Gwyn this evening, Nur-D.
Yo, everybody, thanks so much for watching. Make sure you check me out on all sorts of different stuff across social media at Nur-D Rocks on everything. And you can catch me on Secrets of the Core every other Wednesday night on Tales of Novum YouTube channel. And if you're in the mood for something cool this November, I am hosting a table at D&D in a castle. So check out that. It'll be really fun in the UK.
Next, going down the line, we have Dead Aussie Game. Thank you for joining us.
No, my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, guys. My name's Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. This is my face, and you can find it here on Twitch, over on my channel at Dead Aussie Gamer. You can also find me doing a ton of different stuff with cool people. Right now, I'm currently working with the Careful Cantrip crew for Campaign 2, where I get to play a Warlock Nightmare character named Basil. Or you can find me over on Quincy's Tavern, where I am a regular as a variety of different people during tavern brawls and games. And we've got some stuff coming up in the woodworks very soon with one-shot questers as well, with a couple of really cool and unique different types of one-shots, a podcast coming out and stuff like that. Honestly, you can find me everywhere. Probably my most notable performances you'll find on the official D&D channel, where I played in both Ghost of Saltmarsh and Descent into Avernus. So if you want to check me out and all of the stuff, or want me for your streams, go check these things and reach out, because that's what I do.
Air horns. We have, of course, moving up the line, Porter from the Smoking Barrel.
Y'all, it was an absolute pleasure to play at this table. Thank you for having me, first of all. You can find us on all social media platforms at the Smoking Barrel Tavern. We even just got a Twitter, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we have a lot of things coming forward in our future. We're just starting a podcast. We just branched out to YouTube, doing long form videos for the viewers. So this is a fun expansion, and I always enjoy these side quests that I get to do with wonderful, incredible people as these that we are playing with. So thank you for having me here.
Of course, this was our pleasure. Playing our very hungry grung, we had Hello Operator.
MrKurtwise channel. Hi, hello operator, both here and on the Tiki Talks, and it was an absolute delight to play Gribble with all of you this evening. Like, seriously, this was a super awesome group. Kurt, I'm so glad we got to play a game that didn't get corrupted and people actually got to watch this time.
Oh, we just did it live. We just said
That was the secret. That was the secret.
We didn't use our F-bomb for the PG-13, so we just said, fuck it, we'll do it live.
We did it! Yay!
We did it! Yeah! We did it!
promised it.
Last, but certainly not least, sensationally.me.
Hi, salutations. Like Kurt said, sensationally.me is where you can find me on all the socials I care about. If you want to see me play more games, I am currently GMing a Cyberpunk Red game over on 5% Chance. I am sometimes a player there. If you do want to catch Cyberpunk, Hello Operator is actually one of my Chaos players. And I will soon be on Hot Asian D&D and possibly one other thing that is not ready to announce. Thank you again for having me.
Of course, thank you all so much one last time for joining us. Thank you all for joining us. Again, follow, subscribe, catch up on everything. Until next time, take care of yourselves. Love you. Stay inspired. Take us out of here, Curtis.
Toodles.